About ready for our next speaker. And as you're seating yourselves, I'll just thank Mark Soler for his remarks and for his repeated references to our law school. You know, Mark mentioned with respect to Harvard that our law school is better facilities than the Harvard Law School. He did mention a number of other universities in his remarks, and he could have said the same thing there too. Except in one case, he mentioned Princeton, and they don't have a law school, but if they did, it wouldn't be as good as this one. So, it's now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is an alumnus of our law school and the leader of our juvenile court, and that's Judge Dan Michael, standing to my right. Judge Michael is a native Memphian. He began working at his father's SO service station at the age of 12, when it still was SO, and I'm old enough to remember the transition. It was a major event when it became Exxon. He worked as an auto mechanic and manager throughout junior and high school, and he earned his automotive service excellence certification as an automobile mechanic. After graduating from what was then Memphis State University with a Bachelor in Arts degree, he partnered with his father and formed Michael & Michael, Inc., and served as president, managing several automotive-related businesses. Judge Michael entered our law school at the tender age of 37, and following graduation from law school, where he volunteered with court-appointed special advocates, Judge Michael entered the practice of law at the juvenile court in 1993 as a CASA attorney at the invitation of Judge Kenneth Turner. In late 1993, he became executive director of CASA, representing abused and neglected children at juvenile court. In 1995, Judge Michael was appointed chief counsel to Judge Turner. In 1997, he became magistrate pro tem. In 2001, Judge Turner appointed him to the bench as a full-time juvenile court referee. In 2013, Judge Person appointed him as chief magistrate and special judge. And in 2014, in August, Judge Michael was elected judge of Memphis and Shelby County Juvenile Court. Judge Michael has dedicated his career to seeking justice for both defendants and victims, and we're very pleased to have him with us this morning. Please join me in welcoming our alum and our juvenile court judge, Dan Michael. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I really do. Good morning. I will be real blunt with you. There are very few mornings when I get up and go to work that I don't wish I was back in the automobile mechanic business. I will tell you it pays a lot more than public service does. They asked me to talk to you this morning briefly following Mark Soler, who is a partner with us here in Shelby County at Juvenile Court, about the changes that we're making at Juvenile Court and bringing Juvenile Court into this century, if you will. It's very important that you understand that that building just down the street at 616 Adams is driven by some of the most talented people I have ever had the pleasure of working with. We've got people in that court that have been there as long as 30 years still doing that job. We've got master's degrees all over the building. We've got PhDs all over the building. We are the best educated county agency in Shelby County. All right? You don't do this work for the money, folks. You do it because you know you can make a difference in your community. Now, most of you in here know that the Department of Justice came to Memphis a few years ago, looked at the court and said, we've got problems we need to fix. There is a misunderstanding about what happened after they came in and made their findings. The county of Shelby County and the juvenile court was not sued by the Department of Justice. This was the first investigation the Department of Justice has ever done at a juvenile court in the United States. We reached an agreement with the Department of Justice. It's called a Memorandum of Agreement. It is a contract that we both signed. I see one of the authors of those contracts in the room back there who's ducking her head. And we work daily to make sure we're in compliance with the agreement with the Department of Justice. Now, just to put that in financial terms for those of you who are from this county and pay taxes, the last time DOJ came to this county and filed a lawsuit, it cost this county somewhere upwards of $30 million. We did not get sued. We came to an agreement. And the other thing I want you to understand, this is the first time in the history of the Department of Justice they have executed an agreement as opposed to suing. So we consider it a partnership. We work very hard every day. And I'm going to run through just a couple of things very quickly for you. There were 3 areas which they investigated: equal protection, due process, and protection from harm. I have partnered with our local sheriff, Bill Oldham, to run our detention center because one of the things I realized when I took office, I'm not a detention expert, I'm a judge, and I did not sleep at a Holiday Inn Select the night before. So I went to Bill, who is the per se expert in jails and incarceration, and asked him to come in and take over. So the protection of harm issue now has moved from the juvenile court to the sheriff's department. But that leaves us with equal protection and due process. Understand the way the MOA works is very straightforward. You identify the problem, you identify the solution, you implement the solution. You then go into what's called beginning compliance under the MOA. After 6 months to a year, you get what they call partial compliance, and after a full year of implementation, where it is ingrained into the system, you are in complete compliance. Of the 33 areas under equal protection, we are in compliance in 28 of those 33 areas. The areas in which we are out of compliance in equal protection are something that's very important to me, and that's data. We are implementing programs at the court that we have to have validated by an outside source to prove to us statistically that these programs work. To date, we have been able to get the funding to do that with 2 of our programs, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But we haven't been able to get funding for the other programs we want to implement to get the validation done. I don't generate money. County Commission is the taxing authority. They're the ones that have to give us the money to do this. And the DOJ, when they come in, they don't come in with a checkbook. They expect you to figure out a way to do it, and it's very hard to do to hire a researcher to come in and validate something when you can't pay them. In the area of due process, there are 55 areas. We are in total compliance with 53 of those 55 areas. And the biggest area, the areas that we are not in compliance with are areas that we're working with DOJ right now very hard to try to come up with some solutions to an intractable problem, and that's attorney independence. I have to give a shout out to my colleague Stephen Bush, who's the public defender, who's going to speak to you in a minute. We've run into a brick wall in this area, and he came to me with a proposed solution that I think is a really good solution, and I'll let him talk about that when he gets up here if it's in his talk. What I want to do under equal protection, of course, the finding was disparate treatment of minority populations. And I'm going to be real blunt with you. If you come down to juvenile court today and go into our detention center, those kids don't look like me. They're almost all African American, all of them. And there are 89 of them in that detention center today. But for the past 3 years, our monitor from the University of Florida, Dr. Lieber, who is a statistician who's in charge of looking at the relative rate index and disproportionate minority confinement and things like that, has stated, findings show race is not a factor at adjudication and disposition. Let me repeat that. Findings, the data show, race is not a factor at adjudication and disposition. What he is mentioning there is, in his observation of the outcomes in the courtroom, the judges are not making decisions based on race. Now, that's not to say the systemic issues in this county don't have racial overtones. They certainly do. But understand something, as a juvenile court judge, I don't advertise for business. I don't go out and recruit children. They are brought to us by the sheriff's department, the police department, and the outlying jurisdictions. So my job is to work with those folks to try to cut down the number of children that are arrested and brought into juvenile court. Now, I'm going to play off some statistics that Mark talked about because I'm pretty proud of them, and I think he is too. Our detention bed facility has 142 beds. And when I got there 20-something years ago, we had probably 180 children on average in the detention facility. We slept them on mats out in the common areas. Well, several years ago, before DOJ ever got here, we started working to try to reduce the number of kids that were being brought into detention because we realized that we were housing kids who did not belong there. We do have children that do belong there. This morning when I got up and the report came to me, we had 10 children upstairs charged with first-degree murder. You don't want to take a child who has talked back to a teacher or talked back to a police officer, been charged with disorderly conduct, and lock them up with children who have committed first-degree murder, kidnapping, aggravated rape, aggravated robbery, aggravated assault. So we have implemented programs at juvenile court. One of them is called SHAPE. That stands for our Schoolhouse Adjustment Program Enterprise. We have 21 schools in the Shelby County area that participate in SHAPE. And SHAPE and our LEAP program, which is our call-in program for police officers. Police officer sees a child on the street doing a violation, picks them up. That police officer calls juvenile court detention and says, I've got Dan Michael in custody. Can I bring him to the detention center? Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County developed what's called the DAT, Detention Assessment Tool. It is an objective tool that we use to determine whether you're coming into detention. We're the only juvenile court in the state that I'm aware of that uses a DAT, and we created it, and it has been validated. Police officer can call in and say, give me the DAT on Dan Michael. If the DAT's less than 18, he writes me a summons and sends me home. If I'm over 18, he's going to bring me into detention. Now, we do have an override capability where a manager can say no, let him go, or no, keep him based on the charges. So you can understand how easily the DAT works. It's not a decision, objective decision by that intake officer that the kid comes in and pisses off when he gets into the intake area and the detention officer says, I'm going to detain you, teach you a lesson. Doesn't work that way. They plug the name into the computer, his priors come up, it generates a number, that detention officer says, no, take him home. Through the DAT, through the LEAP, and through SHAPE, Mark was telling you that some of the best numbers in the country are over 50%. Well, I'm here to tell you we have reduced transports at juvenile court of Memphis and Shelby County by 73%. Yes. That's an enormous number when you think about it. Now, are the numbers in my detention center today higher than I would like them to be? Absolutely. And we're working very hard with Mark and his team to try to figure out ways to get those numbers down. And data is driving our decisions. Data is extremely important when you are working with children and families to make sure that what you do works. I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot of programs come and go. And I've been fooled. I know Mark's been fooled. You will have somebody come in and propose a program to you that sounds great. Oh, this is going to work. You spend 3 years and $200,000 on it, and you get at the end of it and you say, what are your outcomes? Well, we didn't measure our outcomes, or we did, and guess what? It didn't work. Data-driven fidelity in the program is what's important before I will let you come in and offer me a program for children. Because I want to make sure if I send a child to your program that I don't get him again because the program did what it was supposed to do. Now, let's move to trauma, because this is at the top of my mind. On Tuesday of this week, the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges sent 5 professionals to our juvenile court here in Memphis at my request to do what is called a trauma audit. The trauma audit took place over Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. They left at noon on Thursday. These 5 professionals who were PhDs, social workers, lawyers, came in. They're all invested in the juvenile justice system. And they looked at our court from top to bottom. They considered things like environmental issues. Is it traumatic to walk in the door because of the environmental issues? They had focus groups with staff. They talked to staff about trauma, not only about the children who come in who do suffer trauma, but about staff who deal with these issues day in and day out. What kind of trauma does the staff have dealing with these very, very difficult issues? And if you don't believe that they're difficult, I invite you to come down and sit in on a docket one day and listen to what magistrates and probation officers listen to in the courtroom. When you've heard one story about a child whose bones have been broken, whose feet have been burned by an iron, who has been dunked in scalding hot water, it has an effect on the folks that are doing this every day. And I asked National CASA to come in, do an audit, tell us what we could do at this court to instill a philosophy of being aware of the trauma that we deal with every day in the children and families, and at the staff level, and have those programs in place to identify those families and issues so that we could better fit them to programs that will address their needs. Because we know, I know, and my magistrates know, there's very little a juvenile court judge can do to a child that shows up in front of us that's any worse than what they've experienced in their life to date. That's fact, folks. I'm going to send you to DCS. You're going to get 3 meals a day in a warm bed. You're going to get therapy. You're going to go to school every day. That beats the home he came from, where he was beat up on a regular basis by his mother's boyfriend, right? Or the gangs are after him, and he's put in situations where he can get himself in even deeper trouble. The children we deal with are seriously traumatized. And Mark hit the note. 70% of the kids that I see have diagnosis mental health issues. Most of them PTSD. And that's fact. So it's very important to me to partner with the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges to be one of the first juvenile courts in the country that is trauma-informed. And we have put a timeline on that. Our committee's working on it. We're going to have it in place and operating by the end of this year. So it is a big deal, and we hope to take that out to the rest of the juvenile courts across the state and talk to them about how important this is a tool. One of the tools in your toolbox, not the only one, but one of the very important tools in your toolbox when you're dealing with children and families in the juvenile justice system. Now, I'm going to move quickly to the outside work we're doing and talk a little bit about how I've structured some changes at the juvenile court since I took office a little over a year ago. I had the benefit of my full legal career being at the juvenile justice system. I started as an attorney working with abused and neglected children. Now, I'm going to be real blunt. All those years I spent in business, I didn't know we had abused and neglected children in Shelby County. I just didn't know it. The average citizen gets up every morning and they're worried about getting to work on time. They're worried about making an income to where they can buy groceries and feed their families. They go to church, they go out to movies, they occasionally go out to eat, but your life is focused on your family and your neighbors. You don't think about what we do at juvenile court every day. You don't think about what the police face every day out on the street. You just don't. Now, if you watch the news, I'm sorry. I will tell you that if you watch the news, a good friend of mine puts it this way. I like to barbecue. Anybody in here like to barbecue? Yep. A lot of us marinate our meat before we put it on the grill. Why do we do that? Makes it tastier, right? Well, I would suggest that if you watch the news every night, and I'm talking about primarily local news, you're being marinated. And what you're being marinated in is crime and violence. If it bleeds, it leads. I tuned in last night because I knew I was going to talk about it today. I watched 3 news channels over various times. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, shooting here, stabbing there, shooting here, stabbing there, murder here. That was the news. Well, if you sit in front of your television every night and watch that, you're going to think that this country is falling apart at the seams. But in fact, juvenile crime is down. It's down. And what I will tell you, we get about 9,500 referrals for delinquent children a year. 9,500 referrals. That's a lot of kids, right? A lot of charges. But we divert more than 8,000 of those children out of the system. They never see a judge. We send them into programs or we pat them on the hand and say, don't do that again, and the vast majority of those children never come back because their behavior is juvenile, right? Of the ones that come before the court, about 2,300 to 2,800 a year, only about 250 to 300 of those kids are really serious offenders. 200 to 300, right? I'm trying to get you to think here about crime. In Shelby County today, we've got about 110, 112,000 children between the ages of 10 and 18. So out of 112,000 kids, if you're out at the shopping center and there's a group of kids walking towards you, what are the chances you're going to run into one of those 250 kids? Slim and none. Most kids are good kids, but what we do know is that kids make stupid decisions, right? They do. They make what I call kid decisions. And when I talk about data and when I talk about science, we now know this. I was talking to a friend of mine last night at the reception for the speakers, and I've said this many times over the last year and a half. One of the things that gets me up and gets me going every morning, the stars have seemed to have aligned here recently as far as juvenile justice is concerned. Now, what do I mean about that? Well, let's start at the national level. Look at the decisions out of the Supreme Court. We started with Roper. We then moved on to Graham, and then we moved on to Miller in Louisiana, where they reaffirmed their findings that juveniles are different, right? Juveniles are different. They're not little adults. I'm going to prove it to you in just a minute. So the Supreme Court starts the conversation years ago saying we can't put juveniles to death. It's wrong. They're different than adults are. I'll tell you, the knee-jerk reaction in the community, though, when a child commits a delinquent act is lock them up and throw away the key. So I've got a big job. Now, don't think I'm tough. I'm not tough on these kids' actions when they come before me. I'm a pretty tough judge. I'm going to protect the community. I'm going to make sure the kids get the rehabilitation they deserve. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to send a few of them to the adult system. And a real note about that, 6 years ago, we sent over 250 children to the adult system from Memphis and Shelby County Juvenile Court. Last year, under my tenure, we sent 47. Now, if you knew some of the kids I kept, you may shake your head and go, I can't believe you kept that kid. He robbed that guy with a gun. He did. But you know what? If I keep in juvenile court until he's 19, I've got him 3 years where I can get him in school every day. I can give him treatment every day. I can give him those wraparound services Mark's talking about. If I sent him to the adult system, he'd spend 18 months in a jail before he ever got to trial. Stephen, you can back me up on this. And then in 22 months, the prosecutor's going to pull the case and say, let's settle this. I'll bump it down to a robbery charge, and he gets out with time served, and he gets out with no treatment, and he's meaner than he was when he came in. So do I send him up for 22 months, or do I keep him full 3 years and try to give him what he needs to be a productive citizen? And I'm going to give you some facts now that why I believe in giving juveniles time to grow up. Do you know how old you have to be to run for Congress in this nation? 25. Do you know how old you have to be to get your car insurance down by half or 2/3 in this state? Do you know how old you have to be to rent a car? 25. The actuaries and the folks that wrote the Constitution knew that people under 25 didn't think like they did. They were impulsive. They made bad decisions. They got into trouble, and they can't drive worth a damn, right? Well, if the business community says we're not going to rent you a car until you're 25 and your insurance rates are going to be tripled until you turn 25, what's that tell you? It tells you the business people know something about their money, okay? Well, the science now is telling us, guess what? The business people are right. Your brain does not stop maturing at 18. If you're in New York, it doesn't stop maturing at 16. If you're in South Carolina, at 15, okay? It doesn't. It continues to mature on an average until you're somewhere in the mid-range of the 20s. Now, having had both a boy and a girl, I'll tell you that it was more like 30s for my son. My daughter, ladies, you mature a lot quicker than we do, but you know that. Because children mature later, they don't do as well in the systems that we send them to if we try them as adults. Think about this. The frontal lobes are still growing when you're 17, 18 years old. You commit a delinquent act, which would be a crime if you were an adult. It's a pretty bad situation. I've got two choices in Tennessee. I can keep you till you're 19, okay? If you're 17 and a half, that's a short period of time for a very serious act. But during that period, your brain's going to continue to mature in a system that respects you as a person and your brain as something that's important. If I send you to the adult system, your brain's going to continue to mature in a system that does not respect you as a person, does not provide rehabilitation, but only provides retribution. Which would you rather have as a citizen who is worried about crime? A young adult who's had the opportunity to turn their life around and become productive, or an older child, adult, who's been in the system and gotten out without any skills, any rehabilitation, or any training? Well, I know where I fall. And this gets me to some of the outside work we're doing. Dr. Altha Stewart's going to talk to you today about a program at the University of Tennessee Medical School that the juvenile court is involved in to help children and families who come into the juvenile justice system. We are a partner with Mark Soler and his group and the family of the Casey Foundation in our JDAI work in Shelby County, and I take this stuff very, very seriously, folks. Mark will tell you that. We struggle with it every day, but we take it seriously. I've also introduced a bill through Mark Norris, who will be here later today, and Mark White in the Tennessee legislature to consider raising the age of my jurisdiction over children to 25. Now, thank you. I will tell you that if Tennessee takes that step, we will be so far out in front of any other state in this country. But what you have to understand, our current laws surrounding juveniles, even though there are issues we need to deal with, we're way ahead of most of the country in Tennessee, and I know we're way ahead of most of the country at juvenile court. I don't have any doubt about it. I traveled last year. I heard from other judges, and I was frankly stunned at the work we're doing here that they're just beginning in other large jurisdictions. So I'm very pleased with what's going on at juvenile court in Memphis and Shelby County. Now, I'm also involved with the Senator and Justice Kirby. We went to Austin, Texas last year to the Closer to Home release from the Council of State Governments Justice Center. This was the study that Mark talked about. 1.3 million records were reviewed. The data is solid. They invited all 50 states to that meeting. All 50 states showed up. We even had folks from Mexico, the Dominican Republic, and some other areas come to that meeting, where their essential message is very simple. It's cheaper, for those who are worried about the fiscal note, to treat children closer to home than it is to put them into a state institution a long way away. And it's also more effective from a treatment perspective when you look at the financial cost. Now, in Tennessee, if I place a child with the Department of Children's Services, the closest they're going to be to Memphis is Somerville. From this room, that's probably 90 miles east of here. It might as well be on Mars, folks. Our families don't have transportation. If you can't counsel the family while you're working with the children, you're wasting your time. And our recidivist rates of children that are placed with the state are higher than they are with children who are treated here. But when children get to the end of our graduated sanctions grid and we've thrown everything at them and we have no more, then my choice is either hand them over to the state or hand them over to the adult system. And I choose to put more in state custody or treat them locally than I send downtown. Now, wrapping all this up, I could spend the rest of the day and would love to telling you about everything we're doing at juvenile court, but I want you to understand something. we have, as a juvenile court in Memphis, we have had a flat budget for 10 years. We've not had an increase in our budget in 10 years, okay? Now, I'm not saying that because I'm upset by it. I've learned to live with it, and so has everyone at juvenile court. But what you need to understand is a lot of these programs and all the accomplishments that we have made at juvenile court under our agreement with the Department of Justice was done by the staff at juvenile court who already have full-time jobs. The amount of work that my staff has done under that agreement with programs like SHAPE and LEAP and our evening reporting centers, the work we're doing with Mark, with UT, with the Urban Child Institute, the University of Memphis Department of Criminology, we've got people at the court doing this who have full-time jobs. They have to be applauded for the hard work they've done. The DOJ could have very easily come in here and sued us in the county and cost you millions. But instead, we took it upon ourselves to fix the problem. And folks, we're fixing the problem. I may be the judge, but I'm not the court. There are a bunch of folks in this room who are. I'm not going to point them out. The juvenile court is the folks that work there. The juvenile court is the community we serve. I've got 6.5 years as juvenile court judge before my term is up. I don't know if I'll run again at this point in time. I'm still a young guy, so I might consider it. But this 6.5 years, and I've warned my staff, is going to be packed. I want a lot done to bring this court into this century. This is the third oldest juvenile court in the nation, and we're still dealing with programs that are 50, 60 years old. You don't turn this ship quickly. Change is hard. Change takes time. Bear with me. The lawyers in this room are going to see significant changes at juvenile court over the next year and over the next 5 years, working with Mark and folks like that in the legislature. You're going to see juvenile justice in Tennessee change for the better. And when I say that, I mean what you're going to see is a drop even further in juvenile crime. I believe, and the data tells me, that if you give me jurisdiction over a young adult until they're 25, I can save 93% of the kids that come into the system. 93% of the kids, meaning I'm only going to lose about 7% over time. That's huge, folks. And right now, we're losing more than that because the system's not there to help us. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your attention, and I hope to see you later today.
I've never been married, so this is my wedding. I'm giving favors to everyone. It's as good as it gets. You know, it's funny, when we had to move this about 4 or 5 weeks earlier, it was, I thought, February. Did we get good weather or what? I tell you, I give you credit for hanging in there with us inside. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing, as he gets set up, Stephen Bush, who is also a University of Memphis Law School alumni. And before I mention that, I have been remiss in not thanking so many of our wonderful law students who have made this day possible and kept me relatively sane. Kelsey Walton, who's the head of our Health Law Society students group right now, has been instrumental. And Caroline Gordon, the immediate past president, and who has the pleasure, and there are many team, but I just wanted to make sure you knew that there were a lot of people, that impressionable young minds that I am influencing. Stephen Bush is, as you've heard, our chief public defender for Shelby County. He helped create the Jericho Project, which is a jail diversion model for individuals with mental illness and substance abuse disorders. The Tennessee Association of Mental Health Organizations awarded him the 2010 Frank G. Clement Award for his service. Mr. Bush serves on the American Council of Chief Defenders, the Shelby County Crime Commission, the Board of Trustees for the Memphis Mental Health Institute, and is a fellow of the Memphis Bar Foundation. And we're really glad to be partnering him.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning. Judge, thank you. We real cool, we left school, we lurk late, we strike straight. We sing sin, we thin gin, we jazz June, we die soon. These words from Gwendolyn Brooks, 1963. This poem helps me remember that I am an aging, uptight white guy, and there's a lot of stuff that I can't get, especially as we explore and learn how to engage children that are colliding with our juvenile justice system. Mark Soler just said powerfully that race is the most pervasive and corrosive characteristic of our juvenile justice systems. Amy, I think that Mark may have just given us our topic for next year. We need to look closely at the advancing neuroscience and what it has to say about what we now know about implicit bias, especially as it affects the seemingly intractable racial disparities that affect, well, everything. So he was speaking, and I'm dropping slides and adding slides, and this is just a sideways plug for this work by the Kirwan Institute on the study of race and ethnicity. If you haven't begun to engage beyond what we hear in media sound bites, which comes at us from all of these different places, it's worthy of some deep consideration. We are looking today seriously at what we can learn from the science to inform our work. And if we're not looking deeply at what 30 years of findings from neuroscience and social and cognitive psychology are showing us about how hidden biases operate largely under the scope of our human consciousness, then we may just be missing the point on so much of what we do. This important body of research has enormous potential for helping to reduce the unwanted disparities in every realm of human life. Amy, you said we were braiding together justice reform, juvenile justice reform, and thinking about it all through the lens of the science around adverse childhood experiences forward. What an exciting conversation to be in. And I'm happy to be here today. If you're interested in this, this may be the best book out there for those of us who are not scientists, who need something that gives us an accessible take on this emerging science. And we all have blind spots. We all have implicit biases. End of sideways. In addition to the poem, the image, the metaphor that I've had stuck in my head in preparing for today is one of dangerously structured dams. If we look out, the poverty, violence, the lifetime consequences of contact with the criminal justice system, these are dangerously structured dams indeed. And each is marked by those intractable racial disparities. Not just in criminal justice system, but in public education, public health. These, I think, are the dangerously structured dams. The poem from was 1963. Dr. King in 1963 said this: "Law and order exist for the purpose of establishing justice. When they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress." Whether we're talking about universal parenting centers, whether we're talking about early childhood interventions, whether we're talking about the transformational work that's underway in our public schools, whether we're talking about the juvenile justice reforms underway, and kudos, Judge, for the significant decline in the number of kids being transferred to the adult system. Mark Soler, the work you and the Casey Foundation have done here to reduce the unnecessary detention, this is huge, not only to the individuals who avoid the new trauma of being in detention, but for the rest of the community that will be living in community with individuals who didn't have that additional trauma. These reforms are real, they are significant, and they are good. But we fail in the purpose of establishing justice when so many of our kids are growing up in poverty. We fail when more than half of our kids that are colliding with the juvenile justice system have unmet behavioral health needs. We fail when kids of color are more likely to be suspended from school. That is as much a risk factor as reading level at grade 3. We fail when kids of color are more likely to be arrested, more likely to be detained, more likely to be transferred to adult jurisdiction, more likely to be punished more harshly. Not just here, but everywhere. And the judge is right that this very first action against the local juvenile justice system here, you're going to see replicated in communities all over the country. The problems that we're struggling with and the steps we're taking to address them, it's important for our community, our children, our future, but the entire nation is watching the work that's underway here. But let's talk about home. There are 250,000 children in Shelby County, 250,000 kids. 50,000 of these kids are under the age of 5. In Memphis, 42% of our kids live in poverty. That's almost double the national averages. Expand it to Shelby County, 30% live in poverty. Half of our children live in extreme poverty. 60% of our kids are growing up in single adult households. God, parenting is hard. I have no idea. I respect the strength and courage of people who can raise children alone. It may be that I'm a low-functioning male. More on that in a minute. Catherine and I are a little bit late to this adventure of parenting. The U.S. Department of Justice published the report of the Attorney General's National Task Force on Children Exposed to Violence in 2012. We should look at that. The research is now plain and clear. The vast majority of children involved in the juvenile justice system have survived exposure to actual violence and other adverse childhood experiences and are living with the trauma of those experiences. The research is pretty compelling that the juvenile justice system is not the best place where we should be trying to meet the needs of our kids. The report was blunt in the observation that in many places, for many years, an encounter with the juvenile justice system has itself been an experience of trauma. We must avoid that at all costs, and we should never use our juvenile justice system unless we absolutely have to. It shouldn't be how we address everything that is wrong with our kids, unless it's the last resort. Thank you, Mark. Again, the work that you've done here, the work that will be continuing here is extraordinary. To take this research and look at it through the lens of ACE, the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, and the ACE scores, we are starting to look at it, at the kids that we are representing in the juvenile justice system, and it will not surprise you that their ACE scores are off the charts. If the compelling research behind the Adverse Childhood Experiences Studies is right, and I believe it is, these very same kids are looking at a lifetime of consequences, and these consequences will continue to repeat themselves unless we are all going to work on the problems. We're not starting from scratch. The Assisi Foundation has been doing extraordinary work here in Bridges Out of Poverty, engaging us in all sorts of different ways to realize that it takes great strength to survive in poverty, and that our systems to address these problems need to leverage those strengths and honor what it takes to survive in poverty. In the same way as we're working on justice reform, we have to realign the middle-class white value sets that operate our justice systems to align with those strengths that it takes to survive in poverty. We will get better outcomes all the way across. But if you don't have transportation, you can't get to the probation office. We've got to rethink. Lord knows the Urban Child Institute has done an extraordinary amount of good work in this community. For an uptight lawyer like me to be able to rip out that we need to take care with what happens from kids from the point of conception through the first 36 months postpartum, the impact of how the brain develops has everything to do with everything. And thank you, Urban Child Institute. I have been happy to be a part of the early work to launch the local ACE efforts and look forward to talking a little bit about that in just a minute. We're not starting from scratch at home, and we're not starting from scratch across the country. There's been an enormous amount of public and private investment to inform what we should be doing about juvenile justice reform. The Casey Foundation has led the charge in keeping all the kids out of the juvenile justice system who do not have to be there. And that type of prevention, everything else on the other side has been the focus of this enormous investment from the good people at the MacArthur Foundation. Over the last 15 years, MacArthur has sunk about $140 million into a portfolio that they call Models for Change. This sprawling mass of well-researched and carefully considered and effective programming we should be mining and localizing for all of our efforts for the kids that cannot be kept out by any other means. The Models for Change initiative was grounded in a commitment to a separate justice system for youth that is responsive to their developmental needs and focused on their practical rehabilitation. This innovation, the exploration that's been undertaken over these last 15 years, is where we should be starting as we build new programs, as we evaluate old programs. The closer to home work that's been done through the Council of State Governments, with also support from the MacArthur Foundation, is one of the deepest dives into the collection and analysis of local data, all coming out of Texas, and we should pay attention with great care to this work. We have to know what works. We have to have the room to experiment, to test things, and when we're looking at programming for kids, for it to be informed by that work. I am not an expert in behavioral health issues or poverty or adverse childhood experiences and all of that. But we've been drawn into this work. You may not know that the public defender has not been actively involved in the juvenile court system for more than 30 years now. It was only in the wake of this Department of Justice action and as a part of that agreement in lieu of further litigation that the public defender has gone back in. My learning curve has been vertical for the last 3 years. We're deeply indebted to Patty Puritz, to Mark Solar, to Dr. Stewart, and to so many. And the real purpose, I think, for my invitation was to talk about some of that work. So, how science is transforming the defense of children. I guess my journey toward this started a long time ago, about 18 years ago. Then County Mayor, former Chief Public Defender A.C. Wharton, called me up and told me to hop on a plane and head out to some policy event about some brain science. I had no idea what I was going to. I think we went to Philadelphia. But at that point, we were starting to dabble in what became the Jericho Project and figuring out better ways to represent people with serious mental illness. And I thought, what the heck? I dropped into a 2-day conference with Robin Carr Morse and Meredith Wiley that were exploring and unpacking the research behind this book, Ghosts from the Nursery. I was blown away. For those who are in any way familiar with capital defense work or in providing a defense for individuals that are accused of acting in a way that exhibits violent behavior, we've known forever that the roots of this violence could be traced back to some pretty horrible awfulness early on. Certainly not everyone that experiences adverse childhood experiences or has been exposed to violence will perpetrate more violence. That's not what I'm saying. But for those that do, you can always trace it back to the things that happened so early in their lifetime. This profound work was a career-changing moment for me. And I have had the pleasure of being along for the ride since that time, as Robin Carr Morris has come to the city, and we have dug in deep into the work of Dr. Folletti. Barbara Nixon, you have been the champion of this. You have nurtured it. You are changing how we move forward in this community, and it is an honor to work with you. By the time the Scared Sick book hit about 5 years ago, updating the earlier research that these authors have been looking at, it's quite clear at this point that it's not just future violence, but a lifetime of consequences that are driven by what we're learning from this groundbreaking research. So, the ACE study was a 40-year longitudinal piece of work. I'm not sure what longitudinal means, but I like to say that. When young children experience chronic exposure to adverse events, neglect, assault, loud noise, frequently moving, physical violence, sexual violence, if someone in the home has mental illness, if there's a parent who's incarcerated, if there's a loss of a job, if there are too many people in too small of a place, these adverse childhood experiences, the consequences of this type of toxic stress lasts a lifetime. It undermines the physical, mental, behavioral health of the individual, but the consequences also affect the family and ultimately the community. The ACE study revealed that when young children experience this chronic exposure, the resulting toxic stress literally changes the composition of the brain, which chemicals are firing, what's going on, and that affects how they respond to things throughout the course of their adolescence and even into adulthood. Toxic stress can trigger diabetes, heart disease, obesity, depression, anxiety, addiction, serious mental illness, and the higher the ACE score, the more likely and more severe the consequences. Decades of neuroscience and trauma research indicate that anyone may be affected by this type of trauma, regardless of socioeconomic status or ethnicity or educational attainment. It is a universal problem. So I am honored to participate in this work and look forward to serving as part of the board as we all go forward in our common work to reduce the dangerous effects of adverse childhood experiences. The early work, the initial work, has been to institute these first two universal parenting centers. We're going to get back to the criminal justice system in just a minute. Catherine and I were late to this adventure of parenting, and our kids were born 8 years ago out at Baptist East in this beautiful place. And I was stunned by the experience, by the fog, by the fatigue, by the lack of knowing what to do. And I have relatively healthy, relatively good kids. Catherine is extraordinarily more competent at parenting than I am, but we have the support of family and friends and education and resources. But I remember, I haven't forgotten how difficult it was to try to figure out what to do. And I think this work is absolutely essential to address this fundamental misunderstanding that people are prepared to parent. Everybody intends to love their children and to do right by their children before they're born. They even intend to do it after they're born. But at that point, you realize how unbelievably difficult parenting is. But that's the key. And if we can get that part right, then maybe someday, Judge, they can put us out of business. They can certainly help us reduce the size, scope, and scale of our justice system. The economic consequences of that are extraordinary. because the juvenile justice system is the portal to the adult criminal justice system, and we are spending an increasingly enormous amount of money on all of that. I'm sorry, I had to take a stab at adverse childhood experiences, because if we're going to be talking about the entire range from what happens from the point of conception forward to a lifetime of consequences, which includes deep involvement for many people in the criminal justice system. But my area has to do with representing kids. Delinquency cases, that's what we call criminal charges in juvenile court. Delinquency cases are complex, and their consequences have significant implication for children and their families, which means that every kid must have access to qualified, well-resourced defense counsel. We must recognize that children and adolescents are different from adults. Advances in the brain research that were relied on in the Supreme Court in these series of cases, one after another over the last 11 years, tell us what we've always known, that kids are different than adults. But it also recognizes that this difference just isn't biological, it's also constitutional. And that it's become clear to me that representing kids is a highly specialized practice of law. For this reason, these lawyers must have the time and the skill to adequately communicate with a child so that the lawyer and the client can build a trust-based attorney-client relationship. This is essential to the integrity of the court process and to facilitate informed decision-making by the child. Everybody in the juvenile court system, the judge, has the obligation to look out for the best interest of the child. The probation officers have the obligation to look out for the best interest of the child. The prosecutors have an obligation. Every part of the system, but the role of defense counsel is different. Our job is to build a real attorney-client relationship with that child and to do it in such a way that that kid becomes a full participant in this very important process. All of this research, particularly from MacArthur on down, is all geared to implementing a system to hold kids accountable in ways that are developmentally appropriate, that do not do more harm, but that can actually respond to the behavior, the circumstances that bring the kid into contact with the court, so that the kid can go forward into a productive life. And I believe that absolutely essential to that is how the kid feels during the experience of the juvenile court system. Let me unpack that for just a minute. If the kid's voice is not heard in the process, then the kid doesn't feel treated fairly. And when you don't feel that you're treated fairly, then nothing else works very well. What the research is telling us is kids don't mind being held accountable. Kids very much mind not being treated fairly. So the key of this attorney-client relationship is that the voice of the child gets heard in the process. We do not represent the best interests of the child. We represent the expressed interest of the child to make sure that what's important to that kid gets heard, gets considered. And I think this will have a profound and significant impact on the success of every other piece of the juvenile justice process. This is important because we need it to work at that level, because we know that involvement in the juvenile court increases the likelihood that a child will be subsequently convicted and incarcerated as an adult. Juvenile defenders have to engage in this highly specialized practice in a way that provides high-quality representation to all of these kids and to pay particular attention to those who are most vulnerable. There is good work to support this work. These particular resources from the National Juvenile Defender Center, and there are copies here for anyone who's interested, are all based on what we now know about adolescent brain development. It's all informed by the science about how to respond to kids that are living lives that have been impacted by adverse childhood experiences. And it is essential, because how do you communicate effectively with a 14-year-old who has this type of a background? The National Juvenile Defense Standards set forth a framework for representing kids that is client-centered and anchored in law and science and in our professional codes of responsibility. And we have used these to chart a roadmap as to how we navigate and represent our kids through every stage of the juvenile delinquency process. From defending kids that are looking at detention, all the way through post-disposition matters when they're deep in the state systems. The standards have provided a practical approach to systemizing competent and diligent juvenile defense practice, and they all reflect a core commitment to the role of the juvenile defender. We are in the process of building a specialized juvenile defender system with the resources and skills and commitment necessary to win strong legal and life outcomes for our kids. And we are building an infrastructure to support and to hold accountable a unified juvenile defense bar comprised of public defenders, comprised of members of the private bar that do this work. But the most exciting piece of our efforts to build this infrastructure is this academic partnership. Dean, Professor Shafson, Campbell, Zelisa, I'm profoundly grateful that the law school has undertaken this adventure with us to realize a robust academic partnership with the University of Memphis School of Law to implement a specialized juvenile delinquency clinic program. This specialized program will be an important engine for supporting and institutionalizing reform in this important part of the juvenile justice system. It will promote best practices in zealous client-directed advocacy, and it will help drive positive system reform by ensuring that we are dedicating resources, in addition to what the public defender can do, to the litigation of complex issues, focusing on vulnerable populations, and raising up the next generation of defenders. This academic partnership will be key to our efforts to provide continuous and ongoing training, all of it informed by what we now know about the brain science, and will be a central coordination point as we broaden access to specialized training that not just get this thing started, but to continue to sustain it over the years that come. Judge, thank you for your leadership, your energy, your enthusiasm. I think your focus on trauma is essential to our efforts to build a system that is increasingly developmentally appropriate. But everything we do beyond juvenile defense and juvenile justice reform going forward has to be centered around trauma-informed screening, assessment, and care. This must become the standard, not just in our juvenile justice systems, but our schools as well, and at every point of contact where we can engage in a way to keep kids out of the system. We have to be serious about stemming the flow. We have to solve the problem before kids get to the juvenile justice system. We have to develop and implement policies in every school that aim to keep kids in school rather than relying on policies that have in previous years resulted in some of the highest suspension rates in the country. We know the link between those suspension rates and a lifetime of criminal justice involvement. We should abandon any juvenile justice practice that traumatizes children and further reduces their opportunity to become productive members of our community. We should rely on detention or incarceration only as a last resort and only for youth that actually pose a safety risk or cannot receive effective supports and treatment in the community. All of this work has to be done in ways that are truly culturally and linguistically competent and appropriate to the child's ethnic and cultural background based on the child's individual's needs. There are especially vulnerable groups. The rate of girls coming into the system continues to escalate, and there's been an extraordinary amount of work to address the needs of children, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. Poverty and violence, the lifetime consequences of contact with the justice system, these are dangerously structured dams. Not just in the criminal justice systems, but in public education and public health. These are the dangerously structured dams that are blocking the flow of social progress here, now, today. I am grateful for the opportunity to be here in this conversation about connecting the dots, braiding the disciplines. The work that we have before us, we should do in a way that honors the spirit of Dr. King's words. We establish justice when we grapple with what the science is telling us. We bring down the dangerously structured dams when we recognize the consequences of adverse childhood experiences and that those consequences are universal. We establish justice when we realize that prevention is the key and that 30 years from now we should be looking back marveling at how obtuse and inadequate the things we're talking about today are. We establish justice when all of our efforts to reform juvenile justice systems are trauma-informed. We establish justice when we abandon practices that further traumatize children. We establish justice when we rely on detention or incarceration only as a last result. And whenever possible, to prosecute young offenders in the juvenile justice system instead of transferring their cases to adult courts. The science is the key. This adventure in learning how to represent kids overlapped with learning how to be a parent. And people have asked me what we're trying to do with the kids that we're privileged to represent. And it's the same thing that I'm trying to do with my kids. My job, I think, as a parent, is to get my 8-year-old boys to 25 with the least amount of damage possible. To make it that simple. It's not to be a helicopter pilot, parent, and to prevent all types of damage and trauma, because that's not life, and that doesn't give them the skills, the strengths, and the resilience to respond to what's going on. How this community, through the ACE Foundation, is responding to this ACE research is recognizing that that task is universal among all parents. And I haven't figured out how to do this yet, but for every kid that we represent, and their girlfriends and boyfriends and their parents and their grandmothers and those connected to them, we have to make sure that they are getting this information in ways that is cool and relevant and hip to the kid, because they are in a very short period of time going to be repeating that eternal cycle of creating family. And they want to love their kids the same way we intend to love ours. Parenting, understanding how to get our kids to 23, 24, 25 with the least amount of damage possible is really the task at hand. Yeah, it's a harm reduction model. I'm okay with that. Let's get them to 23 with their brains properly cooked, their education complete, and engaged productively in our local economy. All of these things that we are talking about, all of the research, is all connected to the future viability of our workforce. I don't know how to put all these things together. I am delighted to have the opportunity to weigh in today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. We are a little ahead of schedule. If anyone has a question, all of our morning speakers are here. If anyone had a question, there you go.
Oh, thank you.
And just as an aside, days like today are why I have a job. She may argue against that. Any questions for any of our speakers? People are hungry? All right, we have box lunches outside for y'all, right outside this auditorium. And what I ask is you can take them, network, use the facilities, do whatever you need to do, but be back in here at 12:05, because we are going to be promptly at 12:10 because we're trying to also make sure we get as many people in here for the lunch and accommodate student schedules as well. So enjoy, and thank you all. Thanks for a great morning.
Yeah, well, come on anytime when you're ready. We can talk. I will. That'd be great.
No, start out. Yes.
photo of us. So their classes.
I'm blushing.
One, two, three.
I'm gonna sneak one more in. How'd it turn out? Can I sneak one more in? Yeah. Thank you. You look good. You look good. Yeah. You're flanked beautifully. One, two, three. Eyes are all open. Looks good.
That's all that matters.
Here.
You see what I see? Are you laughing? What? Are you laughing?
Yes, I said that. What kind of, golly, now I'm all screwed up.
I'm so
Maybe we can get started again. I have to say this is just an outstanding conference. I'll say it again later, but I'd like to thank our speakers this morning. The program's been just totally engaging, and while we've talked about some issues, obviously, that we all face as a community, I think it's been so encouraging because the message we have is there are solutions to our problems, and if we work together in a cooperative way, we could really make some progress here. So it's been an encouraging day, and I'm sure it's going to be an encouraging afternoon as well. And I would have to say, in the 2.5 years I've been here, and I think even before that, I think this is the best attended event that we've had here at the law school. So thank you for being here, and I really appreciate your attention and your participation. So now I'm pleased to introduce our luncheon speaker, and that's somebody I'm sure you all already know, and that's the Majority Leader of our state Senate, Senator Mark Norris. Senator Norris has practiced law in Tennessee for 36 years, although he doesn't look near old enough to have done that, and is special counsel at the firm of Adams and Reese. He was first elected to the Senate in 2000, and has been elected Majority Leader by his peers 4 times since. Senator Norris served as a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee before his election as Senate Majority Leader in 2007. Senator Norris serves on the board of the National Council of State Governance Justice Center, which has released 2 studies that are relevant to our topic today. One, the School Discipline Consensus Report, draws on practical, field-tested strategies in supporting research to promote multidisciplinary approaches to keep students engaged in school and out of the juvenile justice system. And the second study, Closer to Home, which analyzed the state and local impact of the Texas juvenile justice reforms. As Majority Leader, Senator Norris is responsible for carrying the governor's legislative agenda, including the state budget. In that role, he was instrumental in securing funding last year for a new Center for Health and Justice-Involved Youth at the University of Tennessee College of Medicine, and we'll certainly hear more about that this afternoon. And he's now actively engaged in obtaining a grant for reducing recidivism and improving other outcomes for youth in Tennessee's juvenile justice system. I know Senator Norris has a passion for improving outcomes for the children in our state and is especially supportive of ACE's initiatives and research. And please join me in welcoming you here to our law school, which, by the way, is the most beautiful law school and the best law school facility in the United States.
Thank you, Dean. Indeed. Thank you, Dean. Indeed, it is. We're very proud of this facility, and I'm proud we were able to take a small part in helping in its construction. For years, my law office was right across the street in Brinkley Plaza. And no sooner did we get this opened and everything than we up and moved out to the Crescent Center. But doggone it, it's great to be back. It really is. We're very proud of the University of Memphis in general and specifically the law school. And I'm pleased to be here today. I spent about 4 minutes in the parking lot looking again at Kathy's agenda for today and taking note of the esteemed speakers, present company excluded, and I walk in and I see Justice Kirby and, Jim Gilliland and Debbie Tate, and I'm out of my depth here. And I saw Judge Michael, and I know that he's already spoken on some of the things I was going to talk about, so I'm going to mix it up a little bit and hope during the time allotted you won't hesitate to raise your hands and ask a few questions. Because it occurs to me increasingly that most people really don't have any idea what all we do, and in some cases don't do, in the General Assembly. We're very involved in this space. In this space, I mean not only literally the law school, as you've heard, but on subjects related to this topic and in this topic. But most people don't know that. I think the news yesterday, not to add insult to injury, but anything about the Tennessee General Assembly probably had to do with Confederate statues and skunks. 2 separate bills, by the way. Yes, we actually had one in the Senate to legalize the possession of domesticated skunks. Okay, well, Sad but true. It was important to somebody in one of the 95 counties, and we had some fun with it in addition to moving it on down the road. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, we actually have a number of very important pieces of legislation pending that affect juvenile justice and a whole lot of other folks in this state today. And what an incredible time for us to be taking this up. I mean, no matter how you cast it, if you think about a variety of things coming in today, the flags at half-staff for Justice Scalia and the loss of our Supreme Court justice there. And what was it, just several weeks ago, end of January, Scalia's dissenting opinion in the Montgomery case. I don't know if people have touched on that today, but retroactivity of sentencing, life without parole, has that been discussed at all today? Well, it's sort of an interesting way to set the stage, because that's a pretty momentous decision by Justice Kennedy, and I'm still studying it. I'm not prepared to speak halfway intelligently or intelligently at all on it, but it takes us back to juvenile justice, juvenile sentencing, and the timing couldn't be more coincidental or propitious, because nationwide, all of us are taking a look once again at where we are in criminal justice generally. Recidivism specifically. In Tennessee, Governor Haslam had a recidivism task force this past year. If you look carefully at that and the public policy initiative which I am carrying forward for him, it deals only with adult recidivism. And I initially asked the question, I remembered, I said, hey, everybody, remember great oaks from little acorns grow, and so too big criminals from little kids can grow. And what about juvenile recidivism? Oops. Well, the good news is that although it was initially overlooked and not part of that task force study, they all acknowledge now that it's of such moment, it's so important that it deserves its own study. And so we're going to take juvenile recidivism and everything that flows from that on separately, which is much more appropriate than had they tried to lump the two of them in together. As part of that, as the dean said, last year I was able to secure a grant for the state where the Justice Center from the Council of State Governments came in and did about a 3-day workup on our Department of Children's Services to see how we're doing. Back in 2007, then Representative Doug Overby, now Senator Doug Overby, passed a statute that required evidence-based material, information, data, support for any new programs that the state of Tennessee undertakes. Those who came in and studied how we're doing in March of last year found that we're not doing very well, that we really aren't capturing the data that we need to make the decisions about whether these evidence-based programs are good or not. And so I have a bill pending now that you will see in coming weeks to move forward and specify what the Department of Children's Services must do and the information that the department needs. And I'm working with the department in doing that. Oftentimes things that are not done by a department aren't because the department doesn't want to, but because the department may not have sufficient funding. So we're going to focus on probation and custodial monitoring and evidence-based monitoring. In the latter instance, evidence-based monitoring, things like the number of custodial youth receiving evidence-based treatment programming, the percentage of custodial treatment programming that is evidence-based, the number of youth receiving prevention services, the number of youth receiving evidence-based prevention services, the list of juvenile courts receiving prevention grants or dollars from the department, the amount of funding being provided and the percentage of funding being used for evidence-based prevention services and the like. Under probation and custodial monitoring, similarly, the number of children being served by state probation, served by county probation, in the juvenile courts, who's using county probation. We're a very segmented state. Stephen may have talked about this a little bit. Each court is sort of a kingdom unto itself, whether it's General Sessions or separate juvenile courts. It makes it very difficult for the state of Tennessee to put in place one program without unifying the system. And when you talk about unification in that context, it gets very political. And speaking of very political, did Judge Michael talk about blended sentencing a little bit when he was here? No. Well, maybe that's because it was too hot to handle. Yeah. If you see me perspiring here, it's because some of these topics are too hot to handle politically. I'm kidding, but there's a message in that. I sweat freely on this subject because in public service, in politics, a number of the things that we know intellectually and professionally can be derailed politically. And so the importance in these comments is to impart to you that how we pitch this, how we cast the need, is very important. It's just like when we appear in court. How you set the tone, how you frame the case at the outset sets the tone for the rest of the discussion. I might go to these PowerPoints. I did the PowerPoint and the bullet points because Kathy made me do it. I'm old-fashioned. I'm like Jim Gilliland. I'm not that old, but yeah, I am catching up. But let me in the environment in which I function politically these days, it's all about metrics and cost. All right, whether you like it or not, don't worry about that. You're a lawyer or you're a professional. You want to win your case. So you have to make a business case, all right? When I meet with Miss O'Neill and we talk about kids count and I see that Tennessee is, 36th in child well-being, I don't like that. I like to go out as the Senate Majority Leader and brag on Tennessee as number 1 in this, that, and the other. Top 10 in this, that, and the other. You know, it's great to go out and say, we're the lowest debt per capita state in the nation in some audiences, but it's a little hard to be true and say that and then turn around and say that we're 36th in child well-being. I can do the same thing with seniors well-being. 45th, 47th? Not so good. With my DAs, anybody here? Let's see, who's here from the DA's office? Anybody here? Oh, no. Oh, I'm going to change my talk again. No. I'll explain that in a minute. But, you know, we're not doing too well in some of our criminal categories with drug dependency and certain crimes and the like. But as it relates to juveniles, 36th is a metric that we want to improve upon. So when it comes to metrics and money, we have been looking at what works to improve outcomes for youth. Dan Michael, Judge Michael, Justice Kirby, and I and Debbie Miller from the Department of Children's Services, and who else am I missing, went to Austin, Texas several months ago and took our team, which included Zach Blair from the department, Debbie, Holly, Dan, and I, and spent a couple of days with representatives from other states putting our heads together to talk about what works for better outcomes for youth and juvenile justice. The good news is, and I hope many of you have seen this, that as a percentage change in state juvenile incarceration rates, Tennessee's number 2. We're the second best. We're down 77% in juvenile incarceration. For most people, that is where the story stops. That's where they say, man, this is fantastic. You know, we thought you were going to tell us we were 37th in that, or that we were, down there with Arkansas. All of our kids are still locked up. Fantastic. Next subject. Here's where you all come in and where the Justice Center and our little team comes in. The question is, all right, well, they're no longer incarcerated as juveniles. Where'd they go? You know, you'd like to think they're all here at the University of Memphis School of Law. But we don't know where they go. Back to my initial points in the bill I filed. We forget how you define recidivism. However you define it, we're not quite sure where those young people went. How many of those went on to the big house? How many went on as adults or as juveniles who were sentenced as adults. Our statistics don't really tell us accurately. How many didn't go? They were out and then committed, recommitted, recidivated, as we say, and ended up back in the criminal justice system for adults. We don't really know. So that's part of what we're trying to do in updating the state law. But the other thing that we're trying to do is to make the case to the General Assembly about exactly why it matters. Everybody knows that incarceration is expensive. Most legislators who focus on this know that we have increasingly some overcrowding problems. But it's interesting to see whether those who are incarcerated and released did better or worse than those who go through some of these alternative treatment programs, those who are treated closer to home. The Justice Center did a major study on this. I won't get into the weeds on it. It's all online at the Justice Center's website, but they were hired by the state of Texas to do this study. So much of what you see relates to Texas, but you can see within 1 year the probability of rearrest. All right, those who were in community supervision as opposed to incarceration did better, right? Because 21% were more likely for those who'd been incarcerated. You can see first recidivism offense as a felony. Again, those who were supervised in the community, much better percentage. Much worse for those who were incarcerated. 3 times more likely to commit a felony when recidivating those who had not been in supervised community. My colleagues start to pay attention at this point, okay? You look at the expenditures, and here's where it gets counterintuitive, that in Texas, after the reforms, facilitating closer to home supervision, not incarceration, they spent more. See if my next slide is the one. And the rearrest rates were comparable. They spent a lot more money, and there was not that much improvement after the reforms. You say, uh-oh. That's a hard story to tell, especially when you're the Justice Center that got the grant to go in, presumably, into a state and brag on their reforms. Well, we suspect we have sort of the same thing going on here. And so the question becomes, whatever we're spending, could we spend the same amount of money better? I'm not talking about increased funding necessarily. Let's keep it simple and say let's spend the same amount of money. And how could we get better results? Now, a couple of things. I'm not an expert in this field or really any fields. I know just enough to be dangerous about a lot of things. But what I've learned through the Justice Center is that all too often we spend our resources on exactly the wrong cohort, as you all say. In other words, you might think that it's best to spend most of the money on low-risk youth. This is one of my favorite lessons. I guess most of you already know this. All too often, the more we spend on low-risk youth, the worse the outcome. Because we're taking low-risk offenders, and these programs usually involve getting them all together with some frequency. And they get together, and we're pouring a lot of money into making sure we do get them together. And they all have a little bit of the devil in them. And while they're together, they start cooking stuff up. And they compound the error. And they go back and recidivate faster, lo and behold, than some of these folks who are high-risk offenders. Most people would say, oh, heavens to Betsy, don't put resources into the high-risk people. They're the dangerous ones, you know. Well, the truth is, practice shows that if you focus on those folks, you get a much better result. Stephen Bush is nodding here. Now, this sort of relates back. So, Kathy, I want to make sure I give the full measure to the PowerPoint. And the slides will be available. The slide set will be available for you. And this is pretty basic stuff. The points I've already made. But here's where we come back to the commercial appeal. And I can do this now that Chris Peck is no longer with Commercial Appeal. So Jerome Wright wrote a couple of weeks ago about Judge Michael's initiative to engage in blended sentencing. And that is, can we extend the period of time over which the juvenile court has jurisdiction from 18, 19 years of age, now they're gone, they go to the big house. Can we extend that to age 25, I think is the sort of the period that's put in there. The reason for that, and Altha Stewart will talk about this in a moment, is sort of this epiphany in brain science. Okay, finally, collectively we sort of understand that part of the brain that deals with judgment or lack of judgment, discretion, isn't finished forming until later, 24, 25 years of age. So heavens to Betsy, let's not send those waifs off where they're going to learn all the wrong stuff and have it ingrained in their heads. Let's see if we could keep them a little longer and avoid that for a better outcome. So Dan Michael and Sheriff Oldham have legislation to take that up. I'm the Senate sponsor, and I took it for a couple of reasons. The main reason I took the bill is to make sure that we have the right discussion about it. Dan Michael and Sheriff Oldham have said we need to convert it into a study. When I talked to Miss O'Neill here, for example, there are lots of concerns. The practical example is with the Department of Children's Services right now, they've got their hands full dealing with juveniles. And so what are you telling me? All of a sudden you're going to make us responsible not only for juveniles but young adults too? Up to the age of what? I mean, we got our hands full with 18-year-olds. We're going to 25? What are you talking about? We're not sure that some of the judges or the sheriffs think about the practical ramifications from that standpoint. What additional staffing would it take? What additional training would it take? Is that warranted? Well, that's one practical concern. But did anybody see after what Jerome Wright wrote? I love to say that. Jerome Wright wrote. One of my good friends in the DA's office wrote a letter back to him. I don't know if it's been published. I'm going to read it to you because, again, remember, I'm trying to do the brief luncheon sort of reality-based talk here about what those of us who actually deal with this stuff have to grapple with. I read your recent editorial on turning around teen offenders. I continue to have some insight into matters of criminal prosecution and sentencing that promotes public safety, including teen offenders who commit violent offenses, and I hope you'll consider my perspective. Jonathan Ray committed both premeditated first-degree murder and felony first-degree murder in the perpetration of aggravated arson. He's not a good example of a child for whom we should feel sorry or hold up as a case for blended sentencing. From my perspective, Jonathan Ray did not commit these crimes because he was a misguided, impetuous youth who made a mistake due to a lapse in judgment or undeveloped brain. Rather, his brain was developed enough for him to plan and carry out a cold, calculated, and evil murder of his own mother. It was right and proper for him to be transferred, charged, tried, and sentenced as an adult. I would submit that he has already received an extraordinary benefit of blended sentencing when, by the generous discretion of the prosecutor and the court, he was allowed to plead guilty to the lesser included offense of second-degree murder. As a result, he shaved at least 26 years off his sentence. Because Ray will be eligible to earn up to 15% sentence reduction credits off his 25-year sentence for good behavior in the Department of Correction, he will likely be released by his 35th birthday. Some, including me, would question whether that is sufficient justice for such a horrible and violent murder. I'm going to go on with this. While a blended sentencing law to allow for children to be held in rehabilitative custody until age 25 may seem attractive, it is important to understand how that proposal compares with current Tennessee sentencing. Sentencing guidelines for juveniles tried and convicted as adults. Adult sentencing for any Class B felony offense for a standard Range 1 offender, juveniles tried as adults, would always be in this range, he says, is 8 to 12 years. Aggravated robbery is served at 85%, but sentences for other Class B offenses, including rape, aggravated kidnapping, carjacking, major drug trafficking, attempted second-degree murder, and theft over $60,000 are only served at 30%. As a result, a 16-year-old juvenile who is transferred and convicted as an adult for any of those above Class B felony offenses would already be eligible for release from the Department of Corrections custody by his 24th birthday or before. Other Class C felony offenses which might be transferred to adult court, such as aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated burglary, and voluntary manslaughter, are only subject to a standard sentence range of 3 to 6 years at 30%. Also, the last time I checked with Commissioner Schofield, he assured me that rehabilitative and support services and programs such as anger management counseling, substance abuse counseling, mental health services, job skills training, and GED classes are still available and utilized within TDOC penal setting. So therefore, what you must be advocating by support of a new blended sentencing law for juveniles would be to significantly lower the punishment for only the most violent Class A felonies. See, here we go. See me sweat? I'm proposing a bill to go easy on the worst criminals. Take a break. Stephen, help me. Such as, where's my handkerchief? All right, Class A. First-degree murder, second-degree murder, aggravated rape, rape of a child. There goes my political career. While rehabilitation is the stated goal of the juvenile justice system, that is not the only goal and purpose for adult prosecution and sentencing. The primary goals of criminal prosecution are and should be incapacitation, deterrence, and retributive justice. The above-listed Class A felony violent crimes and sexual offenses involving child victims are crimes which many times reflect irreparable corruption, permanent incorrigibility, and evidence of irretrievable depravity. In those instances, significant punishment and lengthy sentences are the only measures which provide a proportional response to ensure public safety. Well, I thought that sort of framed the issues that you're talking about pretty well here today, because we can sit in the amphitheater at the College of Law and talk about all kinds of head shop stuff, some good stuff, good studies that empirical data at the Justice Center support. But at the end of the day, to get public support and to incorporate some of this in our laws and in our funding, we got to make the business case, whether we like it or not. It's the business case. So if we're going to spend $100 million or $200 million on juvenile justice, how do we get more bang for our buck? How do we get the requisite return on the taxpayer's investment? It drives people crazy to hear us reduce such important issues to dollars and cents. But at the end of the day, that's the environment I have to work in. I frequently tell people, if I were in your shoes, I'd argue just what you argue. But my job is to provide for the peace, safety, and happiness of the people of Tennessee. I'm the sponsor of the state budget. My job is to balance the budget every year. And so it's somewhere between those two poles that we have to work together to get the job done. That's why I'm very excited about what you're doing here today. Not only that you're here today, not only that you've had this in-gathering and this symposium, that you're sharing best practices, but that you would invite somebody like me to come here and atone for my sins and try to explain to you why it is we do some of the things we do, skunks notwithstanding, or don't do some of the things that we can't do. But to tell you that whatever it is we're going to do, we're going to have to do it together. We're going to have to do it smartly and succinctly and effectively. Altha will talk maybe next about one of the things that we are doing, although not exclusively about that. Last year I was able to sort of, not sneak in the budget, it all went through the process, but gave birth to this Center for Health and Justice Involved Youth. I chatted briefly with Mr. Gilliland here before starting that, you know, ACEs and ACEs awareness and some of the things that Mr. Peck will talk about, adverse childhood experiences, toxic insults, environmental insults to the developing brain, you know, all, it's a very important issue. But what we were missing was sort of the clinical or the medical piece to it. Baptist has been very helpful in providing spaces in clinics and the like to deal with families and children victimized in this way, but we didn't really have the clinical, the scientific piece. So I was able, with Dr. Stewart's help and David Stern, the dean at the medical college, to create this new center to provide some recurring funding for it. We're actually in negotiations with the National Rifle Association about providing some financial support for that. Talk about counterintuitive, right? You know, but they're always saying it's not guns that hurt people, it's, you know, it's people and it's mental health. So we're asking them to put their money where their mouth is. We're working on all of this, and the Justice Center will be back. The state, with my encouragement, is now competing for a one-year grant for intensive analysis and training at the Department of Children's Services. We made the first cut, had our meeting with the Justice Center folks last week, and hope to find out by the end of March whether we'll be selected. They've narrowed us down. I think we're one of 8 states, and there will be an announcement that I'm not allowed to talk about, and Altha Stewart's not allowed to talk about, later today or Monday, about a different grant in mental health that we put in for, and I think the news will be good there too. So there's a lot of good that's going on, and frankly, it's stuff. There's nobody here from the press, is there? Before I put the other foot in my mouth, that what we're talking about here today, it isn't sexy. You know, it doesn't. It's not helping to sell papers, and it doesn't help compress social media. That's one of my great frustrations today about the important work we do. Most of it's boring, but it's very important long term. And therefore, it really doesn't get covered the way it should. So these points I've really sort of talked about, you know about. They will be in the slide deck. I want to leave enough time for questions, but these are the types of things under the amended law that we hope to be able to surface. Here's another example. I'm talking out of school a little bit. When a legislator comes in with a piece of legislation that's telling a department to do something differently or to do something more, it can be taken as hostile to the department. Like, you know, are we adversaries? Sometimes the department quietly comes to you behind the scenes and begs you to do it, because their supervisors or the executive branch isn't providing the structure or the funding that they need. And they secretly want the legislative branch, separation of powers and all that, to make the play and force them to do what they could do best. That's a little bit of what's going on here. This is a nice little slide about sort of the circle of life and what we're all trying to do to improve outcomes for youth. And we're going to be doing these things, and we'll appreciate your participation and support as we go forward. I've left a few minutes for questions if you have any. And if you see me begin to sweat again, it's thinking about Michael Donovan, all the people that Stephen Bush has to face. Justice Kirby, oh, please don't do this. Yes, Your Honor.
So what would you say to the remarks of your friend, the prosecutor?
Okay, so first, and I have said, I say, calm down, jeez. Mike. Now, it doesn't help that he's married to a woman whose first fiancé was murdered by a juvenile. So the honest response is, we are not forsaking the victims. We are not going squishy on crime, be it adult or juvenile. I'm glad for the question, because in order to get the discussion going, somebody has to face the music, and I don't feel like a hero in this case, but there are certain bills that the legislative process is designed to surface these issues and for us to have the kind of debate and argument that we have in court. And it's, quite frankly, it's something that we are losing in the General Assembly, not just in Tennessee, but in most states, for a couple of reasons. I digress for a second on this. You know, in court, we do a lot of Socratic, we do a lot of devil's advocacy. Yeah, back and forth. You'll suggest something that may seem ridiculous. Speaking of Scalia. I mean, he was great in his dissents for doing this very sort of thing. You probably haven't thought about this, but one of the reasons many courts, the Supreme Court, still doesn't allow television cameras in is because of the problem we have, for example, in the state Senate. I'm the Senate Majority Leader, so I run the floor. I have to be mindful every time I'm on my feet, every time I make an argument, that there's a video. And when I say something ridiculous for the sake of argument, it's going to turn into a video clip and a mailer against me, whether it's me or my, anybody else in the Senate. And it's one thing to sort of think about it in the abstract, but in fact, to take a bill like this and to present it in committee, even for the sake of discussion, is perilous. Sad but true. The more you all understand that, and some of the dynamics and the chemistry involved, the more you might appreciate the importance of what we do, but also how important it is to provide the support and the input to get these things through. So with General Donovan, I say this is to get the discussion going, because if I don't put it out there, people are going to be whispering about it and sort of talking about mushing it around, but we're never going to be able to force any issues, to bring some closure and to some prospects, some progress to what we're doing. He got that. He and Mary Ann will sit with me at the Lincoln Day dinner tomorrow night. So we'll all be making nice and having dinner together. That's Scalia and Ginsburg were good at that, So a lot of what I do is sort of shuttle diplomacy. But you have to explain to people, we need to begin the discussion on it. And maybe what we do is blended sentencing for nonviolent offenders, way below the folks who are here. Maybe we do a pilot project. Maybe we ask Stephen Bush and the defenders what they would recommend and how they would respond to these concerns. But we have to do it in a unified way so nobody can take any of us out individually. Thank you, Justice Kirby. Any other questions, concerns? Very compassionate. Yeah, yep, yes.
As far as support that you're receiving from the Senate and the House, besides the topics that you just brought up, what are some other pushbacks you're receiving besides just obviously?
Well, let me mention, Debbie Tate is here from the Administrative Office of the Courts. The courts and Justice Kirby, they're undertaking a number of reforms, not only in this space with adverse childhood experiences, but right down to the juvenile rules and some other areas. One of the challenges is to find a way to give people the big picture in the General Assembly, to say, look, there's a whole lot we're doing in juvenile justice reform, and to package it in this sort of new justice reinvestment thing. I mean, from a political standpoint, the reviled Koch brothers, well, guess what? They're all for this. But it's taken a while for the word to get down, to the troops that, hey, it's okay to talk about this. Even the most conservative people, the libertarian people might like this. And then when you get their attention, you have to say, well, this may be boring, but over here, squirrel, look at this, and put something for everybody. You too. And so then the challenge becomes a little bit not, getting the right people on your bills. The more the merrier, sort of. But sometimes there are a lot of people who just jump to the conclusion, oh, this is such a great idea, I want to be the sponsor. So they begin filing. Anybody can file a bill. And so you may have a number of bills that are filed, and sometimes people will vote the sponsor, not the bill, and they start looking at certain sponsors and they go, oh, maybe it's not such a good idea after all. So I'm talking in circles, but there's more to it. It's more of an art than a science. I say that a lot these days. But yes, Ms. Tate.
So I do want everyone in this room to thank Senator Norris for his strong support in providing such leadership, both inside his own branch and outside for all the rest of the branches. And you all really are indebted
Thank you, Debbie.
for raising this issue. I did want to say, and I'm glad that you brought it up because I wanted somebody to say this. This is really a historic time. We are passing for the first time since the 80s an entire juvenile court set of rules and procedures. So basically we're saying that no matter what geography, no matter what county you're in, a child is going to have the same process and procedures. And so we're very thrilled about that. Senator Norris has been very helpful. Several other Memphians, Representative Altha and Representative Berry, are both sponsors, and so it is a very bipartisan group of bills, and I'm hoping that we are going to get the thumbs up. Senator Norris got it through the Judiciary Committee in I think about 5 minutes with one question. So
right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. No, it's an honor to be able to do it.
It had to be divided into 5 bills.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. No, my pleasure. And it's how many of you? How many of you have never been to Nashville? Please go ahead. Don't be shy. Oh, don't tell me all of you have been. You've all been? Heavens to Murgatroyd. That's great. Very good.
It's sort of a self-interested question, but many of us are in the academy here, not just the law school. We're obviously very passionate about policy and evidence-informed policymaking, but we have public health and nursing and social work, medicine, a lot of other disciplines, behavioral sciences represented here. How can we, from where we sit, where we really want to, we don't want to sort of stay siloed behind these walls, we want to engage and give help for what you're doing.
Yeah.
How do you think we can be most useful?
Well, first of all, we have to know that you've tuned in, and to reach out by email. But we get so much email now. I'm sort of going back to the old-fashioned way. Don't ever hesitate to write an old-fashioned letter. You wouldn't believe how many people don't even know how to address an envelope anymore. But truthfully, we have to make the contact somehow. I cherish the opportunities to appear and speak to different groups. I mean, I speak to nurses, doctors, dietitians, because we are a citizen legislature, and that's not just loose talk. I mean, we are a part-time body, January through April, and we come home and do our day jobs, and it's designed to help facilitate your participation. We're accessible, and we need your input. So outreach, letters are really best. Don't hesitate to tune in on our social media. I hate to say it, but whether it's Facebook or Twitter, it makes a difference. Follow your legislators. Let them follow you. Unfortunately, I mean, I've practiced law now for 36 years. In a lot of ways, I'm very old-fashioned. It's the darndest thing. I'll get people messaging me on Facebook. I have Facebook accounts. I tend to manage them myself. I look at them, but goodness gracious. I mean, I even had somebody who wanted to hire me as a lawyer message me on Facebook. Well, any port in a storm, but reach out to us and connect with us so that we can get you involved in meaningful ways. Most people, you're right, Kathy, a lot of people just sort of tune out. They say, I don't know how to do that. I wouldn't know where to begin, and therefore you don't. But I'm here to encourage you to do it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I got the hook. It's 10 till, right? Okay.
You gonna speak, Chris?
Yes, I am.
What's that real quick?
Half an hour, about half an hour. Yes, sir.
That's how we are working. It's like talk to people like the more you like interaction you have with players, the more it like translates into better.
Video? That's all good. All right. Let me just hit save up there at the top just to make sure nothing gets changed. Little adjustment. All right.
And then give me the on the clicker, which is how the clicker works.
That's next slide right there.
Okay, and then do I need to click on it to get started?
Just when you're ready to go.
Okay, good.
F5. Take the presentation mode. And your first one. F5.
That's fine. All right.
The other one's on there too, so we'll just close this one up and put that one up, right? Yeah.
Okay, it's already open. It's been a month.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. And that's it.
She's next.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Stewart.
I
Yeah.
was going to help her with the microphone if she needs.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I'll ask her if she's Yeah, so we got maybe.
And I wore something with a waist.
That's what I do.
I have to remember when I'm talking not to wear a dress on.
Because you have to walk around with the hand the clicker.
And I kind of like moving around. Since I hate reaching, so I kind of like, so we'll take a picture for us for Leadership Memphis for our group. Okay.
Simple on-off switch right there on top.
Okay, gotcha.
And next, as center as you can get it. Oh, sorry.
I wonder if this will stay though. You think up the top?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you should be good to go.
Thank you.
Sure.
Welcome.
Oh my God. You know what? Well, it's funny.
I can ask people to get ready, I think we're going to get started soon. Keep us on schedule. Let you get out there, and hopefully it's still nice out. Thanks we were just saying it's nice to see so many people stuck around for the post-lunch part of the day, so we're really happy about that. And I think we have a really nice lineup for the next few speakers, and then we'll let you all go. But we're super excited by what we're going to be talking about. Right now, we're really pivoting a bit to think. We've talked a lot about juvenile justice, and we're also going to really bring in a lot more around ACEs right now. And I have the honor of announcing or introducing Dr. Altha Stewart, who you've heard somewhat about. You've heard reference to her today, but she's an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry and the director of the aforementioned Center for Health and Justice Involved Youth at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center within the College of Medicine. Prior to this, she worked for Shelby County Government Mayor's Administration and was the executive director of the Just Care Family Network, which was the system of care, federally funded system of care program here in Shelby County. She's a founding member of the board of directors of the ACE Awareness Foundation. We'll hear more about that in a little bit. And Faces of Memphis, the local chapter of the National Federation of Families for Children's Mental Health. She has many awards. She has been an invited participant for the White House Conference on Mental Health and is the recipient of lots of awards, including the Exemplary Psychiatrist Award, Pathfinders in Medicine Award from Wayne State University in Detroit, and the American Psychiatric Association's Alexandra Simmons Award. And I think from all these words, you can tell that she's a pretty cool person. And I like to think she's a pretty cool person because not only is she born and raised in native of Memphis, Tennessee, and graduated from Christian Brothers University, but then she went to Philly, an area I love, near and dear to my heart. She got her medical degree from Temple University and did her residency at Hahnemann University, both in Philadelphia. But we're delighted that we lured her back to her home area, and today she's going to share with us her expertise. So thank you.
Good afternoon. I just whispered to Senator Norris, it's not fair. I had to speak after lunch. I had to follow him. And I've got to talk to you about something that most of you may be interested in, but it's not really your field of interest. And I've got to do all of that within the next 35 or 40 minutes and leave time for us to get out of here on time, and there's another speaker. So thank you, Senator Norris, for the setup. I consider you a mentor and a friend and an esteemed colleague, and I'll get you for this. I want to thank the law school for the invitation to come, and I would agree that although I'm not a lawyer, and do not pretend to be one or play one on TV, and did not, as the judge said earlier, spend the night in the Holiday Inn Express, so think that I know the law. I think y'all got a really cool law school, too, so I'm happy to pass that subliminal message on to anybody I see who doesn't already understand that. My task today, and I'm looking around the room and seeing a lot of familiar faces, which either means I've been around a long time, and I'm just remarkably young looking, or we've done a lot of good work in this town over the last 8 or 10 years since I've been in this area, working in this area. And I'm really pleased to be here today to talk to you about something that has become my passion. We heard some of the grim statistics and the reality that Senator Norris faces every time he wants to talk about what's going on behind the scenes in the minds and the brains and in the homes and the understanding of life for many of the youth who are trapped in our juvenile justice system. And I must say I am very, very proud because every speaker today, with the exception of Mark Soler, who writes the books on these things, every speaker today, I feel a little bit of pride that in conversations with me, I was able to share some of this science, which they're now able to share with you. So I feel really proud, Senator, that you decided to stay, and I hope I can share some new stuff with you today.
Everybody hear me okay? Because I, unlike some people, I can't stay stationary. It's my adult ADHD kicking in, and it's after lunch, and I want y'all to have to keep your eyes on me. I don't want you to nod out, because this is important stuff, but it can be a little difficult to get through, because it talks about something that we all intuitively understand, because all of you, how many of you have kids between the ages of 11 and 17? So you had kids who were once 0 to 11. And how many of you have kids younger than 11 and are seeing things that make you wonder, is this something that I should be worried about? Or is this just normal childhood development? And that's the difficulty with this area. There is a period of normal adolescent development that occurs in the life of every child. We all went through some form of that. There's a period of that occurs in every child that comes into the world. There's a point, however, in the lives of some children where that normal development gets derailed and sets them on a trajectory to a whole other path of development. And for many of those kids, they wind up being represented in the juvenile justice system. And it's important, why this is important to talk about in the context of the bigger theme for today, ACEs and everything else, is because those adverse childhood experiences, those early childhood traumas, the ongoing trauma that many kids face just by virtue of where they're born, whose family they're born into, what kind of family they're born into, what kind of neighborhood they grow up in, what kind of educational and employment opportunities are available for them, what kind of socialization opportunities they have to learn and model positive behaviors as opposed to some negative behaviors that, again, result in their winding up in the juvenile justice system. So what they asked me to do was talk a little bit today with you about all of the stuff that you heard this morning. There was a recurring theme of exposure to trauma. When I was in medical school decades ago, when we heard the word trauma, we thought of someone who'd been in a bad car accident. In a rural area, it was someone who had a farming accident. In an inner city, it might be someone who'd been shot or stabbed or some other unfortunate thing had befallen them. And we were basically talking about a medical, physical, traumatic injury. In the military, we now recognize traumatic brain injury. Again, an assault physically on a part of the body, interesting slip, part of the body that results in them having some long-term, lasting, chronic kind of effect that will somehow either limit, restrict, or eliminate some function. Now we understand that there is a whole other area of trauma, and that is the area of what we're here to talk about today. That wasn't supposed to be the first slide. That's supposed to be the first slide. Sorry about that. We put that in and it was out of order. I'm so used to doing continuing medical education. This is a requirement when we stand in front of an audience, and I didn't know what the comparable CLE requirement was, so I just threw it in there anyway. So if it doesn't apply, don't worry about it. But I don't have any of those things. So why is this important? Why is understanding trauma important? Because if you've heard nothing else today, you have heard speaker after speaker talk about there are points in our current juvenile justice system, actually in the criminal justice system, there are points along the way where somebody's making a decision about something that's going to impact that child going through that system, going forward to the next step, and generally speaking, going forward for the rest of their lives. That point of interception, that intercept point, as we call it, we need to have a better understanding of how trauma affects all of these kids and their development so that at those decision-making points, we are well informed with the available science to demonstrate how these things may be impacting that child such that that behavior occurs that is recognized as needing to be assessed further for risk or for need or something. And at those important decision points where kids are initially referred, you heard the judge talk about the fact that the magistrates, according to their study, are not working from a point of bias, but kids get there, and perhaps the bias occurs before they get there. Now, you know, we can argue till the cows come home as to whether there is bias or isn't bias, and you've heard from other people already today about implicit bias and how little we recognize it in ourselves and in the systems that we work until we are forced to. But at the referral point, at the detention point, at the point of adjudication, and at the point where we are determining what next will happen to that child, whether they're detained or released or diverted or transferred or whatever. That's why understanding trauma is so important. Now, in no way, shape, or form, I want to repeat something that the judge said and be very clear about it. In no way, shape, or form am I suggesting that children who commit crimes, that this is somehow to defend the commission of the crime or to defend them for committing the crime, that it shouldn't overrule everything else that is a part of the understanding of how the system operates, but that it's a critical, I think the judge called it another tool for our toolbox to be used to make informed decisions. It's not intended to minimize the fact that the offense is unacceptable, but to recognize that in the course of committing that crime, there may be other factors that we are not yet aware of that we need to be aware of because they may have been part of what predicated that behavior in the first place that resulted in that child coming into the system. Be aware of it, and Chris Peck is going to talk about the ACE awareness work that's going on, but being aware of these experiences in the life of this child and being aware of the potential impact that that can have. These are all important reasons for understanding trauma. Now, I just listed 5 or 6, but there are about a dozen or so juvenile justice initiatives underway here in Shelby County. And you can see them, and some have been mentioned before. And this is just a smattering of the ones that are currently underway. And there are more in the pipeline being developed, literally being developed every day. So there's a lot of work. The judge was absolutely right. The universe has lined up very nicely for us right now to assure that every person who has the will to be part of the change, there is a place within this evolving, transformative work that's going on where you can put your particular skill to work. If it's legal, you can do some things with that are going on in the Justice for a New Generation through the Public Defender's Office. And I'm so pleased about you know, they've been teasing us all day, by the way, with some announcement coming about this grand thing that the law school is doing. You know, they've been teasing us to keep us here so that we can hear it firsthand. So I want to thank you all for an excellent marketing strategy because it worked. But there are all these groups and organizations and alliances and collaboratives and coordinating bodies and other stuff. And I have to admit, I'm probably on, if there are a dozen, I'm probably on 10 of them. And the only reason I'm not on the other 2 is probably because they meet at the same time as something else. But at the focus of all of them is the beginning of an appreciation of the fact that these adverse childhood experiences really make a difference. And for those who don't know a lot about it, I'm not going to steal Chris's presentation because he's really the local expert in ACEs. But for those who don't understand what ACEs is, there was a study done 30 years ago or so by a couple of researchers who had begun to see some correlations between chronic illnesses and things they were learning in the history of the people with these illnesses that led them to believe that they could correlate experiences in childhood to the development of major medical and healthcare problems and risky behaviors down the line and even early death. And so they conducted this study and got thousands and thousands and thousands of people were a part of it and came up with some pretty interesting information and a nice tool, screening tool that can be used called the ACE questionnaire. But you have to remember that it was designed to take a look at adults, letting them look back at their childhood to connect them and the childhood experience with the development of an adult illness. So it's not a screening tool for children necessarily, although it is a nice way to assess where a child may be down the road as they grow. and to begin to think about effective interventions. But it's not specifically a screening tool, and I think a lot of people get confused about that. There are other tools that we use to screen kids for trauma. So the bottom line is we know a lot more about, as an adult, you develop this and we can take it back to something that happened to you as a child than we do about what happens beyond the early childhood point of life, where most of the ACE work focuses on. What happens in that next period of life, the 5 to 17 or 18-year-old period, when there is, again, an onslaught of trauma and adverse experiences, and what's the relationship with that and the overall well-being of that child at the point of time when they are still a child? What can we learn about that? Because we don't know a lot about that. I'm sorry this didn't project very well. I think when we scanned it in, it wasn't the right parameter. So, but there's a 10-question ACE questionnaire, and you can go online and find it. It's really, really very interesting. And I would encourage everyone in the audience to go online, do it, and look at your own ACE numbers. Anything above a 3 or 4 suggests that there is a major problem, and that's where the correlation between childhood exposure to these experiences and adult development of illnesses is made. There was a study here that I'm sure Chris is going to talk about that uncovered some interesting things about the Shelby County community. And it's basic questions like, anybody in your family been incarcerated? Are your parents still together or divorced? Have you ever been told that you're not worth anything, or you're not loved, or you don't matter, or been abused physically, sexually, emotionally? I mean, it's the kinds of things that you would assume would make a difference in terms of people growing up with problems. But it's much more than people growing up with problems. They're absolutely correlating these things to the development of depression, to the onset of substance use disorders, to suicidal ideation and attempts, to becoming a perpetrator of domestic violence or a victim of domestic violence, to developing heart disease, other chronic illnesses, kidney disease, hypertension, and some other things. So there are correlates in the healthcare arena that make it important that we better understand what's happening to kids who are being affected by these traumas and adverse experiences. There's also some work that's being done on an expanded ACEs for the very reason that I talked about a minute ago, that this was a study about adults looking back at childhood to talk about things that happened that may have signaled the fact that they were going to have these chronic illnesses. Well, the expanded ACEs added some additional areas of investigation, if you will, to look at, and then to try to factor that into how it impacted the child's well-being while they're still a child. And there's a whole new science now opening up on that. So that's going to be exciting, because we know that in the course of childhood development and brain development specifically, there is a period in that 0 to 3 age where there's a lot of growth going on. The neurons are developing, and they're clicking and getting together and sprouting branches and doing all that learning. And that's why language and touch and modeling behaviors are so important to early childhood. And that's why the Urban Child Institute is a national leader in understanding that early childhood interaction that is so important in good, positive brain development. But there's also another period that we tend not to think as much about, which is later in the development of the child. In the puberty area, the brain hasn't totally clicked, but it's still developing. But what it's also doing at that point is deciding what it's going to keep and not keep, so that it can. It's like the chef finishing off the dish and the presentation. It's cutting away a few straggling things that don't seem to be connected to anything. It's saying, you haven't used this connection in a while. Maybe nothing's going to develop there, so we're just going to let it atrophy and die. So the brain is a dynamic organ, and it is an organ. It's not just, it's a nice big thing here, but it's actually an organ, so it's growing and developing and talking to itself. And I know that sounds a little strange, but it does communicate with itself around development. And so you start to get the picture that these things now matter, because at the bottom of this pyramid, which you saw, I think Stephen showed you earlier, at the bottom of this pyramid are these experiences, and then you're layering on these issues that are coming up for the child in terms of their development socially, emotionally, cognitively. Children learn based on their exposure to experience. There are a lot of wonderful techniques that are used in the early childhood phase, literally to prompt the brain to spin off those neurons and to keep things moving. And it's been studied, so this is not just Dr. Stewart thinks we ought to talk to our babies, or the Urban Child Institute says talk to your baby, they'll grow better. This has actually been studied and has an evidence base. So we've tested it and validated it and tried it in different populations, and no matter where you do it, it actually works. But if you have an overload of these other kinds of experiences, these negative experiences, where you end up on that pyramid is chronic illness as a result of risky behaviors, and ultimately people who have high ACEs die earlier than their counterparts who don't. So this is serious stuff. We could be adding years to the lives of these kids by addressing the bottom of that pyramid effectively. The other thing that I like about ACEs is, in the healthcare world, we tend to think of what's wrong with you as the opening comment. What brought you here? What happened? I mean, not what happened. What brought you here? What was the triggering event? In the ACE world, we talk about what happened to you, paying respect to the fact that we are aware, sensitive, and knowledgeable about the fact you didn't get to this risky behavior, to this thing that you're going through that brings you in here without something having happened. And what we have to do as providers is begin approaching it that way. ACEs are surprisingly common. If we did the ACE questionnaire here, some of you would score higher than a 4. And you don't think about it because you've put out of your mind the fact that Uncle Joey was actually, your mother's older brother was actually in jail. And in the household, when you gather for family gatherings, nobody could talk about Uncle Joey. And you always wondered, and people said, you're going to be just like your uncle, or you're not your uncle, don't behave that way. And you don't realize the impact those kinds of things have. We always knew that kids of divorce had certain challenges. But now we know that it's not just a challenge, it's actually an impact. We know that being told that you're ugly and dumb and stupid and won't amount to anything are horrible things to do to kids. But now we know that it's horrible and it impacts on that child and it results in something else going on in that child and it delays brain development and it makes them struggle with things that should be easy for a child. And if we don't pay attention to those things, in ourselves, in the children that we have as our own, and in the children that we work with, we're just adding insult to injury, basically. After 50 years of life, ACEs still matter in the lives of the people that have been tested. They're a main determinant of health and social well-being for the nation. We talk a lot about kids being the future, but if we don't pay attention to ACEs, we're consigning the future to a poor outcome. So we got to be serious about this stuff. Some of the indicators of the fact that these ACEs are apparent and they're affecting are these negative well-being indicators. Things like externalizing behavior. That means the kid who we say is having a temper tantrum, that's an externalized behavior. Something's going on inside that they can't articulate and express, but they can act it out. That's an externalized behavior. See, this is when it pays to be a psychiatrist. Low engagement in school, the parents or guardians being contacted about there being problems at school, having to repeat a grade, can't seem to sit still, stay calm, or control themselves. We call this inability to regulate. Dysregulation is another way to describe it. These are the kids who, no matter what, they can't be calm, they can't be soothed, they can't be comforted. And we're not just talking about babies, we're talking about adolescents who, once the trigger is pulled, you can't calm them down. These are the kids who wind up getting restrained. These are the kids who wind up getting into trouble in their interaction with law enforcement, because once that trigger is pulled, and I don't mean the gun trigger, I mean the emotional, psychological trigger is pulled, they're on automatic firing. And a lot of them wind up in the system, not so much because of the crime, but because of the behavior that accompanies the crime. And that in and of itself, I think we would all agree, is a crime. They can't finish the task. Sometimes we diagnose ADHD in these kids and say they have some kind of learning disability. And then finally, the fact that many of them present with very poor health indicators. Half of the kids, over half of the kids in the country, have been exposed to some kind of violence, crime, or abuse over the course of a year. Before the age of 4, a quarter of them are going to experience or witness some really traumatic event. We've had kids in the programs that I've run who have had their parents die in their arms violently before they were 6 or 7 years old. These are not normal things. And we used to think of PTSD and trauma as things that were exceptions. But that's not the case. Today we're seeing more and more of these kinds of traumatic events. Here's an illustration of what I was talking about before with the neurons. And you see at birth there are a few, and then they start to grow, and then by 6 they're like prolific. And then at about 11 to 14 they start to prune. It's like a plant. Things that either are pulling nourishment away or not being used die, atrophy, need to be cut out. And the brain is a very surgical process, has a very surgical process of eliminating the things that don't seem to be working. There's some numbers that you should all know when it comes to these things. 700 new neural connections are made per second. At 18 months, disparities in vocabulary appear. So if you're not talking to your child between 0 and 18 months, their vocabulary is not going to develop. And the studies support the fact that for certain groups of kids, especially racial and ethnic minority kids, who aren't getting that kind of engagement verbally, their vocabularies are about half of what their white counterparts are, which means they start off behind when they go to school, no matter how much Head Start we do. If they haven't had this critical 0 to 18 month time, then they're not going to be prepared no matter how much school readiness we talk about. For kids who have 6 or 7 A scores, there's a 90 to 100% chance that they're going to have some kind of developmental delay. There are odds around 3 to 1 for development of some kind of heart disease. And this is what the senator mentioned. It's hard. It's sad that we have to talk about the economics of it, but there is actually an economic return on investment for every dollar that we put into early childhood of $4 to $9. That adds up when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of kids. You've already heard these things about the number of kids in the system who have mental health problems, who've experienced trauma. The undiagnosed and untreated trauma contributes to their getting into the system in the first place. We were fortunate under the last Attorney General that he really got this and worked very hard and created. We have our own Defending Childhood Initiative program that works specifically on kids who are exposed to violence. Most of the kids who are in the system have been exposed to some kind of trauma. And I really like this because if you think you're too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. And this can go either way, good or bad. I want to highlight something that Mark mentioned earlier about the whole notion of the super predator. I want everybody to see this picture. This is the guy who coined the phrase super predator and pushed that notion that now, fortunately, we're out of that wave of reform and into this wave. But the statement that he made about if we don't do something today, and this was in the 80s, if we don't do something today, we're going to have a bloodbath when these kids grow up. So the kids of the 80s have grown up, and there's not been the predicted bloodbath. Plus, he went on to serve as the director of the Office of Faith-Based Initiatives, so go figure. There's some juvenile detention studies that bear out all of the stuff that I'm talking about. I love pictures of brains for people who are non-scientists. And I don't say that to disparage anyone who may be a scientist in the room, but the bulk of you are attorneys or working somehow closely in the juvenile justice system or other stuff. The brain on the left, the healthy brain, you see all that red and all that stuff? That's called brain activity. We inject dye and it colors up and they take these nice neural images of it and you see where the brain's working and firing off stuff. On the right, you see an abused brain where there's a lot less red. And if you measured this brain, the proportions of it are different from the normal brain because it's developed differently. And then there are places where you want to see a lot of red where you don't. Those should be active areas of the brain functioning. But take heart. The fact that these kids are at risk doesn't mean that they're going to predictably find themselves in this, because there are these things that we call protective factors. You've all heard it takes a village to raise a child. Villages don't just happen, they are created. And kids need a few things. They need caring, concerned, nurturing adults. They need safe environments. They need health, nutrition. They need not to be exposed to traumas. They need families who understand them and will work with the system to support them as needed. We talk about wraparound, and I think somebody mentioned it earlier, and that's really the right model for use with kids who've been exposed to trauma. And we need to work with them from the base of what they need as opposed to what's missing in them. I ran across this. I didn't know, and I'm sure some of the lawyers in the room are aware of this lawsuit around the Unified School District in Los Angeles filing a suit for assuring that trauma-informed practices would become mandatory. I don't know what the status of it is, but I figured if I was talking to lawyers, I should say something about the law. You kind of want your audience to feel like you're connecting on some level. There's a lot of things in here about the facts of trauma, and I will make these available to Amy, and anyone who wants them, she can get them to you, because I don't want you to feel like you got to write all this stuff down. Most of this was just to expose you to the breadth of information that is available. And then I want to get to what I really want to talk about, because the senator's put me on notice that that's what he wants me to talk about. Thank you very much, sir. There's an economic cost to us not paying attention to this. There are the direct costs that are above the waterline. You know, how many dollars do we pay for corrections officers and facilities and food and other things to keep kids detained? And then there are all these things under the water that we tend not to think about. Kids who are detained don't finish high school. Kids who are detained don't go on to do productive things career-wise, which means they aren't contributing citizens in our society. They aren't paying taxes. They're earning less. They're more likely to commit future crimes. They're more likely to rely on some kind of public assistance. So there are all these things under the water, if you will, that we need to pay attention to, because that eats into our return on investment. Risk factors are not predictive factors due to protective factors. Make that your mantra. These are all of the partners that I've worked with over the last 5 years in my quest to make a contribution to juvenile justice reform. Some of them came to the table as a result of working with us on some grants. Some of them, and I have taken the liberty, Dean, of adding the University of Memphis, since I know when you make that announcement that you've been teasing us with, that I'll want to engage with you in a partnership. And I've added the University of Tennessee, where I began last July part-time and now am full-time, because we want to see ourselves with the Center of Health for Justice Involved Youth. We want to see ourselves as an integral part of the system of care for these children. One of my favorite quotes is this from Frederick Douglass. It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. If we take that to heart and we really internalize and incorporate all of this information that we actually have about what works, what's effective intervention, how early we can intervene and make a positive difference, the various components of the collaboratives of people who need to be at the table to really work on these things, we can stop this problem before it results in broken men. Because every child deserves a champion. An adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists they become the best they can possibly be. That's not me, but I actually like her. And I think there is, because she looked a little like me, kind of. And now I want to go back to this slide and talk for just a moment about what I'm doing at the University of Tennessee in my final moment. We established the Center for Health and Justice Involved Youth thanks to Senator Norris and his championship of this cause. As he said, he was able to get some money allocated to create the center. We can't give you a tour because he says I can't invite people into my head. which is where it now resides because it's being developed. However, when it is finalized, and we're looking to have that done within the next few months, we will have a center of excellence for children in the juvenile justice system that is based on a public health approach and not a public safety approach, not a law enforcement approach, not a juvenile justice approach. You don't see juvenile in our title. It's a little cumbersome, and we're working with somebody on a catchy acronym that will allow you to remember it when you hear it on the news doing positive things, because it is a mouthful. It used to be the Center for Health and Improving Health and Justice Involved Youth, so we dropped that. But it'll have three components. It's my three-legged stool, if you will. A specialized service component, because while we have a lot of resources in the community that can provide services to these kids, what we don't have is a unifying, collaborative, coordinating body that will work with all of them and bring to bear all of the vast resources at an academic medical center like the University of Tennessee. We're going to partner with the law school so we don't have to become a law school, because we could never be as good as the University of Memphis Law School. But we want to do the specialized services. We want that complex case that comes through the court that everybody can't figure out what to do with or how to work together. The kids falling through the cracks. The parents or guardians are throwing up their hands. They can't believe that nothing can be done, and they're about ready to say, just take them away. We want that case because we've got experience through the work that we've done in our grant around the system of care, around the use of wraparound, around the use of family engagement and community engagement. We've got experience, and more importantly, we've now got community credibility. I see people in this room that I've worked with for the last 5 years who know that if Dr. Stewart says we're going to do something, we're going to move heaven and earth to get it done. And that if I tell you I can't do something, it's only because there are powers beyond my control. Much like the senator, there are powers beyond my control that limit my ability to do something. So that's leg one. Leg two is community-based research. I told you earlier that there's some things we don't know yet about ACEs and early adolescence, about ACEs and the brain development, and about some of the other things. So we want to be on the cutting edge of that. After all, we're an academic medical center. Research is one of the things that we do better than many people. And the dean has been very supportive in looking at opportunities for us to go partner with some of you on some grants, and do some innovative things for the system. And then finally, if we're going to really incorporate this into the transformed juvenile justice system, we've got to educate and train both the providers of the future to understand this, because I didn't learn about ACEs and childhood trauma in medical school, and I would venture a guess that even if you're in a public health program today, we're not talking enough about this as much as we should be. So we've got to educate the professional provider side, but we've also got to do a much better job of educating the community, the families who are part of this system, the general folks who care about this. We've got to educate legislators and policymakers and funders and other people so that they are aware of why this is important. So that's the Center for Health and Justice Involved Youth, and that's trauma, creating a trauma-informed system of care. Thank you.
We have time for questions. Anybody has questions?
Sure.
And the senator has left the building, so.
Oh, yeah. Let's ask questions that he would have to answer.
Yeah. We'll be back.
Yes. Shoot. Okay. Yeah, there are a whole litany of tools that are available. Some are I can list some of them. There are actually trauma screens that have been developed over time. There's a juvenile violence questionnaire. There is an actual trauma screen that we used when we were working on one of the evidence-based practices, trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. That has a trauma screen with it that's about a 20 or so item questionnaire that goes into a lot more interview narrative to get the behind story. Most of the evidence-based practices around dealing with kids who've been exposed to trauma are available online. The National Child Traumatic Stress Network, nctsn.org. National Child Traumatic Stress Network, yeah, nctsn.org. Has a whole list of them. The Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration website, SAMHSA, S-A-M-H-S-A, has a list of the evidence-based practices. They've just published, in fact, a treatment intervention protocol, what they call a TIP, for trauma-informed behavioral health services. It's a book about this thick that's available for download online at their website. Yes, ma'am. Being in custody for DCS, for example, custody. We think there are opportunities for us to make a change there also, an impact there also. We started, because of the particular need expressed by the juvenile court judge to the university around this, we started with where that need was. And we will be looking at ways that we can expand the work that we do so that the whole exposure, the whole experience of making contact with the system is traumatizing. That's evident. We know that to be the case. So we want to work ultimately at keeping as many kids as possible as never having to even touch the system. That means that in the community, instead of a 911 to the police, that there is some kind of community level intervention that everybody's aware of, that everybody buys into. So if there is a child who has some challenges that could result in any other situation with them being carted off to the court, that there are opportunities for us to help communities develop things uniquely customized for their neighborhoods. And we're looking at a whole extensive youth violence prevention component down the road. We've actually submitted a grant that we're hopeful will be funded so that we can actually do that work directly in the community. I'm a big proponent. I'm a community trained psychiatrist. I'm a big proponent of people like me being out in the community and not in an office. So you are more likely going to see me at a community meeting or at a town hall forum or you know, hosting a meeting of community members than you will having people come to see me in an office. Yes, ma'am.
Questionnaire be asked as soon as they enter the system, and then they'll be transferred to you, or do you have any ideas how?
Are you looking for a job? Because we may have to hire you. Those are all the right questions. We're actually discussing now with the court how best to do it. We ran a pilot, and I know he's here somewhere. Kevin Shelby, raise your hand. Kevin is the director of a new program in town, the Family Institute of Tennessee. And we ran a pilot mental health screening program at the court to begin looking at ways that we could easily identify and refer those kids. With the support of the judge, we were able to see about 100 kids or so over the course of a few months. And we have some ideas on what we want to propose that we're working on now to deliver to the court. But yeah, there will be a process for referral. It may happen directly from the bench. You heard the judge talk about wanting to be creative. It may happen for kids who we don't divert initially, but who haven't risen yet to the level of detention because of their DAT score, and that we will become a resource for that team to send them to us. So we're working on the details, but really we should talk. You may be ideally suited to get a job. You ask good questions. We like that. Yes, Dean.
When your center comes to full fruition, how many people do you anticipate being involved in the organization?
Well, the three components themselves, we estimate will be about a staff of about 70 people. Because we're going to have researchers on staff at the center and be connected with some others. We will be hiring folks that we call family support specialists, who are parents who've gone through the system themselves, who now are trained and certified by the state of Tennessee to conduct support services that are, by the way, Medicaid reimbursable. So we're going to have some unusual types of staff, along with the traditional bevy of psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers for the services. The research component will include some university-based research as well as some community research, which will all have to be staffed and funded. And then the training piece will be working directly with the various schools within the Health Science Center around how we're going to incorporate that. So we anticipate having some family members hired, some kids actually hired who've gone through the system and are ready to give back, and a host of consultants and researchers and trainers and other people. Yeah. And maybe a lawyer too, I don't know. Only if they can come from the University of Memphis, which has the best law school. I would like to end with saying that I noticed that Chris, Peck, and I, as the last two speakers, are not lawyers and did not attend the University of Memphis Law School, but they invited us anyway, so we're happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Here you go. Oh, you. We're a little ahead of schedule. I will, as I try to pretend that I have any sort of, I'll keep us going along here. As Chris comes up, I just want to say that I've had the pleasure, I met Chris Peck about 8 or 9 months ago, and I feel like I've known him a long time already. We've had a lot of interactions, and I've been really fortunate. At that point, he was just sort of creating and running the ACE Awareness Foundation. And I know I want to acknowledge Barbara Nixon, who's the board chair of that, and Ellen Rolfs, who's the coordinator here now in Memphis, and acknowledge them. And do we have any other ACE Awareness board members in here? Yes. Dan, yeah, that's great. It's really, you know, we're really happy to have you here. And again, a little teaser. We'll hear a little more about that in a little bit. But currently, Chris Peck is the state director of the ACE Awareness Foundation. He is working with Governor Bill Haslam, administration, and leaders from private industry to forge a comprehensive prevention strategy to reduce the impact of ACEs and toxic stress on Tennessee children. So he's really the ideal person today to come and talk about what the state's up to and how Memphis is really, in a way, too, at the forefront of these efforts. He retired, as we heard the senator mentioned, as editor of the Commercial Appeal in 2013 after 10 years in that position. And he and his wife, Kate, live in Midtown Memphis, which, as a fellow Midtowner, we all know Midtown is Memphis. So from the heart of Memphis, thank you.
My lucky day, it's Friday afternoon after lunch and you're the last speaker. It doesn't get any better than that. I mean, you know, I can tell you just, listen, if you need to put your heads down and take a little nap, I'm assuming you're just taking in whatever I'm having to say, all right? So it'll be just fine. But Amy, thank you. And I think I think we need to give a warm round of applause to Amy and the Dean for their excellent work today. So it's really, really fine. Yeah, and as Amy said, I have a confession. I used to be a journalist. I've spent 40 years as a newspaper editor around the country, and I want to start my remarks about sort of trying to connect some dots today to help to just say how some dots got connected for me personally that got me from newspaper editor to be up here talking to you about a state initiative to address adverse childhood experiences in a policy way. I came to Memphis in 2002, and I knew one person. I was the editor of the paper, and I came here. I was recruited here to come because there was a change going on at the paper there. And when I was thinking about it, what I thought was, wow, what a great news town. And some of you have heard this before. And a great news town means mayhem. It means there's violence, there's racial tension, there's poverty, there's white flight, there's economic decay, and there's FedEx and there's Elvis, and I mean the whole thing is just a giant big cauldron of, as you all know who live here. But on its great days, Memphis is fantastic, and on its not so great days, it has its tragic elements, right? But from a news standpoint, that was fantastic. I mean, you said, wow, this is going to be really great. And it was really great. And there was many parts of it that were were really great. And one of the great things that happened early on was I did meet Barbara Nixon. That was a very important part. And I think we may have met maybe it might have been in my very first 6 months here. It was certainly in the first year. And Barbara at that point was working on the early childhood development piece in Memphis. And frankly, I knew nothing about early child development. I was part of that great mythological majority who thought kids started learning when they're 6, that your genes are immutable and all of this. I knew absolutely nothing about it. But luckily, over the course of years, Barbara has informed me and educated me about this. And one of the first things that we did is she shared with me both a visit and the books that we've heard before by Robin Carr Morris that talked about and the connection between early childhood experiences, violence later on in life, and then also health problems. And I read those books. That's what journalists do. They read them. And then a little bit later, of course, I came across this very pyramid that we've now seen for the third time. I want to talk about the pyramid a little bit, though, in the realm of policy and how it relates to what I think is going on in this room and what's going to be going on in the state of Tennessee in terms of what we're trying to do in terms of policy. If you look at that pyramid, most of the money and most of the effort is at the very top of the pyramid. And you've heard the statistics. A third of all healthcare dollars are spent when? Last 6 months of life. All right? You spend all the money at the end. But beyond that, when we heard a lot of the discussion here, think of the programs that focus on what? Once you've messed up, once you've got into the criminal justice system, we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on corrections. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on late-term health costs. Move it back. What do we do? When you get in trouble in school, we spend hundreds of millions of dollars special education. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on juvenile justice, right? So all this money kind of gets really, if you want to, gets sort of spin at the very top of the pyramid. And what we've heard today, if you want to connect these dots a little bit, if you boil it all down, and what I want to talk a little bit about the state initiative, is to really make a cultural shift from the top of that pyramid and spending all that time and effort to shift our focus and our priority to the bottom of the pyramid. To doing those things that where we take, honestly, the same money, maybe less money, as we've heard from in some cases. Probably a significant amount of the same resources, but focus it on those early preventative aspects. And that's really what the AIDS Awareness Foundation was set up to do. It was to say, let's make a connection between all of these social problems we have, and instead of focus at the top, try to help not only Memphis, but the state of Tennessee realize we need to spend more time and effort on those preventative pieces at the bottom. So let me talk a little bit about, the state initiative, if I can. And I want to, again, I think we've heard a lot of bits and pieces of it here. While the whole discussion was going on in the world of brain science about ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, and this is just a little chart that talks about what they are. They're primarily related to abuse, neglect, and household dysfunction, if you're going to boil it all down. And they result in, the big six in health problems: obesity, intravenous drug abuse, heart, cancer, and so forth. And that's what a lot of the science has shown. But here's the interesting that's happened in Tennessee. The science of ACEs has become a profoundly powerful force in academia, in child welfare, in criminal justice. It's an idea that has just gained incredible traction in the last 10 years as something, wow. And it's not that these things are all that new, but the framing of it around the adverse childhood experiences and later problems is now resonating again in the community. And not just in Tennessee, in Memphis and Tennessee, but around the country. But interestingly, while all that science was coming along, Governor Haslam and particularly his wife Chrissy and the Deputy Governor Jim Henry were reading a lot of the same material. They were reflecting on it and saying, gosh, this is kind of an interesting topic. And as it came to be, and this is what is really, really remarkable what's happened, the concern that grew out of Memphis, and I want to talk about that a little bit later about how some of the particulars of that, about trying to address ACEs through the AIDS Awareness Foundation, and the state of Tennessee, and particularly the leadership of the very top, Governor Haslam, his wife, the deputy governor, they had a moment where they came together. And what happened is that Jim Henry, who is the deputy governor, had a lot of experience with child services, heard about ACEs, heard about the effort in Tennessee, came over here and looked at some of the work that was going on here with our universal parenting places and just the general discussion about our community involvement with ACEs and said, that's pretty neat. I wonder if we could do that on the statewide level, right? Well, you're never going to say no. I mean, that really wasn't where we started, but it turns out that he said, I think you ought to try to do that. He and I traveled around the Southeast last year and made a number of presentations talking about it. We started hooking up with people in the state of Tennessee. And in November of last year, the Governor Haslam and his wife said, we're going to have an ACES Summit, the first Tennessee ACES Summit. And when the governor sends out an invitation, people show up. 250 people showed up in Nashville. Some of the great experts on adverse childhood experience and brain development was there. Right after that, the governor said, okay, now what we're going to do, and he looked over to his vast cabinet and all of his advisors, and he said to his cabinet leadership, I want you to give me 2 of your very best people to come together to work on a comprehensive state strategy to address ACEs and prevent toxic stress in kids. Can you do that? And the heads nodded. They did. They said, oh, you bet, sir. You want me to do that? We'll go. And I have to say, now that and then he called me up and said, why don't you come over there? We can't have this all be government. Would you be coming over there and co-chair this state effort with Mary Rolando, who is here with us? Mary, hi. Mary who's really a whiz. Let me tell you about kind of policy work and so forth. And so Mary and I and a number of others, including Linda O'Neill, who is here with us today, formed a little group working with the state organization and private and public agencies to say, okay, let's start working on what a policy would look like in Tennessee, a comprehensive way to address ACEs, to shift from the top of that pyramid down to the bottom, okay? So that work is underway. So let me tell you a little bit about the approach that the state policy effort is going to try to use. And the approach we're going to try to use is important because basically, people don't know what they're talking about when they talk about the relationship between childhood events and toxic stress that changes the architecture of the brain. What people think, what I thought before I ever got involved in this was, you're born, your genes are immutable. At about 6, you start learning things, and then later on, your life develops because you're luckily you got a good parent and your genes are good and all things go together. But in fact, those myths are really wrong. And what we learned was that there's a framing, and I think that Mark Soler talked about this whole question of how you frame things. All of us frame things up in our lives in a certain way. We have to. This is the way we think the world works. Doesn't mean the world really works that way. It's the way we think about it. Well, there's a very incredible organization, the Frameworks Institute in Washington, D.C., whose niche in life is to take complex scientific issues and boil them down into a language and a core story that people can understand. So, how many brain scientists are in this room? Anybody? No, we're not brain scientists, all right? But so all this complex brain science that talks about things like the way that cortisol can be affected when you have too much stress in life, or what changes in brain architecture really mean, or what the hyper response, stress response, calm coping mechanism is. It's all really good science, but honestly, we got to have somebody translate it for us, right? To really understand what's going on. So one of the very first things that the Frameworks Institute did was take that complex science and create the phrase toxic stress, all right? And toxic stress means too much bad stuff happens when you're young. Your brain says the world's a scary place. I'm going to rewire my brain to respond to it in a way that's sort of a fight or flight attitude. It's scary, I got to run, or I've got to fight, all right? Well, that whole notion of toxic stress, as opposed to regular stress, like up here giving a talk, this is regular stress, right? But, toxic stress would be those ACEs, the physical abuse or neglect or the chaos around your life. When you're really young and that piles up in your brain, as you've heard today, that creates so much toxic stress, it rewires the way your brain responds. They came up with the phrase toxic stress. Well, the interesting thing was when we got working on this project for the state initiative, we went to Frameworks and said, would you come to Tennessee and help us figure out how to convey this science, this brain science, in a way that the people in this room, your friends, your constituents, the legislators that Senator Norris talked about, could understand it. So that's what Frameworks is going to do. Over the course of the next 18 months or so, they're going to come to Tennessee. They're going to bring in some very, very very qualified, powerful scientists, but they're going to help people understand all that we've been talking about in a way so that if you were sitting in a bar last night, what was your favorite place? Bar Dog? Was that what it was? Anyway, we go to Bar Dog or we go to Brass Door or something, and someone says, "What are you working on?" You can say, "Well, hey, I heard something interesting today about toxic stress and how it rewires a kid's brain, and we really need to worry about this." Oh, really? Okay. So anybody could be able to talk about that particular issue. Frameworks, they're masters at this, and they're going to come, and their idea is over the next 18 months, with the help of the group we've talked here, as well as legislators, business leaders, and others, we're going to identify at least 100 people in the state who are knowledgeable enough about this whole issue of toxic stress and adverse childhood experiences that they can take that message out to their constituents and so forth. Okay, what is toxic stress? We're going to have a little life lesson here. It's basically it's a response to your brain when there's too much adversity that you've come into, and it turns off your social and emotional regulators. So we don't respond to things the way you would if your brain were wired so that you had more appropriate emotional and social responses. That gets in the way when you go out and try to go to school. School's stressful. All right? But all of a sudden your little brain says, "This is stressful. What should I do? Should I learn? No, I got to run. I got to act out." It works out in the job place. I'm going to go have a job. No, I can't get a job because why? Because when the boss comes in and says you were late, instead of saying, "Yes, sir, I'll be on time," you say, "Screw you," and walk out. No. It has an incredible ability to not hardwire the brain in a very different way. And, there's this connection between the experiences you have, the world that you live in, and the way your brain develops and your behavior then plays out that shapes the whole rest of your life. That's what the Frameworks folks are going to try to translate down to 100 people across sectors in Tennessee, and we're going to take that message forward. Okay, I don't want to go through I'm not a brain scientist either, so I'm not going to go through all of the particulars of this, but this is a particularly important slide in the shift of the policy we're trying to make. If you go back to the pyramid, there's a lot of, we heard it from Mark Norris, where when he read the letter from the woman, or from the guy who said, "How dare you try to intervene and protect this person after he's done this brutal act?" Well, it's a hard thing to argue, and you could hear him having a difficult time arguing that. But if you say to yourself, if we're going to shift the focus from what was wrong with you to what happened to you, that framing of how we look at things is the way that we change public policy, regulation, spend our money, it will make a huge difference. And that's what the state, in essence, the state initiative is going to try to do. So let me just, go on here to talk a little bit about the importance of policy. If I go down the list of all our great speakers here, everybody had a little piece of policy, all right? If you think about what we've heard today, okay, what did we hear? Well, Mark Soler, he talked about the 4 waves of juvenile justice, right? And there were changes in policy. People said, we're going to do this, not that. We're going to lock them up, right? We're going to give them, not going to give them due process, and we're going to give them due process. Something had to change there. That wasn't a wave of the wand. That was somebody sat down and said, well, how do we want to proceed? Are there regulations that have to change? Are there laws that have to change? Do we have people stop doing this and start doing that? All right? When we heard from Judge Michael, and he talked about the different way of, the extension where he could have supervision over the young people till 25, he can't wave a wand and do that. It has to go to the legislature. You heard Mark Norris talking about that. That's a policy. It's a regulation. It is advocacy. It is changing the way people think. The second thing that Frameworks is going to do, in addition to help people understand the science in a way that they can talk about it, is understand the science of how you communicate in a way that people can hear you. Because, public relations is a wonderful thing. And I dealt with a lot of PR people when I was in the newspaper business. And reporting, facts are a wonderful thing. But neither facts alone nor PR alone ever changes anything, because people have a framework of how they look at things. This is the way you look at the world. If you frame it up that way, I can give you all the facts in the world. And, honestly, what the research shows, you double down on what you already thought. And the same thing is true with PR. You can see it in a minute and say, that's just PR, I'm going to disregard it. So what Frameworks, the second thing they're going to do is work on the science of communication. And what that means is, if you went across Tennessee, urban, rural, liberal, conservative, black, white, and I said, let's understand, after talking to people on the street, how I could convey this message where you would say, I get that. That resonates with me. It means something to me. Where I'm coming from, I get your message on adverse childhood experiences and the need to address them. See? And so those two pieces, the brain science, so people can talk about with authority, and the communication science, where you know how to tell the story in a way that people can hear it and act, are the things we're going to try to get going with frameworks over the next 18 months. And I think what we heard today was that in all of these different pieces, when you really try to connect the dots, it has to come down to a question where you're able to basically connect the science, the good work that's going on around the state, and the policy. I mean, it has, because if you don't do that in a way that is sort of baked into the system, that extends beyond Governor Haslam's next 3 years, then we'll be here 3 years ago, and we'll have talked a little bit about what happened, but you know, there's some good pilot projects on one sort of, but nothing changes. So then the next thing you might ask, well, that sounds damn complicated, you know, and, you know, you would be right. So then you say, how would you go about making the case? Well, I want to go back to something Senator Norris talked about. I don't think the case that needs to be made here is a do-gooder case. And I've done a lot of believing in do-gooding. I think it's very valuable. I think it has to be a dollars and cents case. I think it has to be a larger picture for society. So, for example, here is just a little chart. If you see the piece where it says 4 or more ACEs, okay, that shows you how much more likely you are to have arthritis, asthma, cancer, diabetes, heart attack, heart disease, kidney disease, stroke, all right? I'll give you an example then of why that's important. We were talking the other day at one of our meetings, and a guy from TennCare was there. In TennCare, you know, it serves 1.5 million people in Tennessee. 30,000, which is about, 2% of the people served by TennCare, account for $1 billion of the spending. Why is that? Well, the line that you can draw back from that, a lot of those folks are the people who have the 4 ACEs and who have this much higher degree of illness and health than what? It rolls into TennCare, and it rolls right back onto the cost of the state of Tennessee and everybody in this room to help pay for it. Well, that's an example of potentially a way you might be able to communicate. All right, we heard about protective factors. Remember that? Remember we said that that ACEs, they're fact, but they're not fate, I think is the phrase that's often used. Okay, and if we inject these protective factors into dealing with ACEs, then people can overcome them. So we know, and to some extent, what those protective factors are. Are we doing that? Are we actually focusing our policies, our dollars, our resources on that? No, we're not. What we're doing, going back to the pyramid at the top, we put kids in, when they're behind in school, we put them in special ed first, and then we kick them out. Okay, and that if their social and emotional adjustment was off, that's what we do. What do? We have more people incarcerated. We heard that from the juvenile justice folks. The incarceration is that's the method of choice now for dealing with juvenile offenders. We bemoan the fact that our workforce development is really bad in the state of Tennessee, but we don't actually talk about the social and emotional issues that develop early on in life that make it so a guy or a woman can't have a job. So that's the sort of thing where this issue that we're talking about in terms of our policy initiative at the state level, those are the sorts of things that we're going to focus on. One more slide. This is something ACE Awareness Foundation worked up. It has a little journalistic sheen on it, meaning I'm not exactly sure that it's down to the dollar, but it's a very interesting piece. Because what it talks about is that if you have 4 or more ACEs in your history, that there was a calculation we did that said, what does that cost the state of Tennessee over a lifetime? And this is a low number. Let me just say, this only measures the things. These are more of the things we could measure, not all of the things that probably have a correlation. But the bottom line is this: one kid born with 4 or more ACEs likely cost the state of Tennessee $200,000 in terms of services, lost income, other costs, or dying early, being incarcerated, special ed. So the interesting fact there, in Memphis alone, thanks to the Shelby County ACE survey that the ACE Awareness Foundation put together, which is one of the few cities in the country that actually did a comprehensive, scientifically valid survey on ACEs. Extrapolating from what we found in Memphis only, there are 1,000 kids a year born with 4 or more ACEs, 1,000 a year. So math majors, 1,000 times 200,000 is what? 200 million. 1 year. All right, 5 years, it's $1 billion. So that means in 5 years, if we start today, go out 5 years of babies who are born in Memphis today who are subject to 4 or more ACEs, it will cost the state of Tennessee $1 billion. Well, that's the sort of thing where, hey, oh wow, we better do something about this, right? This is something is something that definitely needs our attention. There's only 2 slides that if I were talking to a business group about this, I'll only show them 2 slides. This one kid minimum, low ball estimate costs you $200,000, and then this one. What this is show where your brain does all its growing and where we spend all our money. And the green line is 0 to 3 basically. We're almost a vertical line. And this is, we talked about Urban Child Institute, but there's all kinds of research on this. The first 1,000 days of life is when a lot of this social emotional development gets baked in. It's not when you get to first grade. It really isn't. There's another window later on in juvenile. We've talked about that in the juvenile justice system. That's very important. But basically, if you're going to prevent a lot of this, it has to be done early. The blue line is where we spend our money on education. So what you see is this idea that education is going to solve all your problems. You're too late if you don't want to put too fine a point on it. But it's just the money needs and the effort needs to be spent early, but the effort and the money in this particular case is going at the other end. And you could replicate this in corrections. You could replicate this in healthcare. Okay. There's a lot of things we know about ACEs that, in fact, could inform a public policy. All right? We know and we can document that this is a significant scientifically based challenge and it affects the economy of the state. We understand that the way that your life develops, it's not a family issue per se. Yes, you need strong parenting, but why is a parent having a struggle? Not having a job, living in domestic violence, living in a crummy environment, racial, the subject of bullying, racial discrimination. There's a lot of reasons that stress piles up in the life of a mom. And it's not just her fault, to be honest. There's that environmental factor. We need to look at this as a public health issue, not as per se a child welfare issue. It's a public health issue. It's not that dissimilar from smoking. It's not that dissimilar from wearing a seatbelt. And you think about those 2 things. You put your seatbelt on now. When we leave today, you put them on, and you can remember when there wasn't a seatbelt in a car. And the smoking. A third example, I would say, is probably high school football, but we'll get to that as one that probably is probably going to change in terms of a social piece. So what we need to do is begin advocating for a public policy approach. You can't do that. The leverage at that point has to be a combination of state policy change and advocates at the local level across a wide spectrum of providers, funders, private business, and so forth. And we have to do that in a way that it crosses the state of Tennessee. And this is what we've talked about so that our frameworks group is not just the state government who are going to be trained in this. There's healthcare providers. There are business leaders. There are folks in corrections who need to know the message about why we need to address ACEs. And that's what the state initiative is going to do. The last thing I just say here, we have to challenge some of the mythology. The first one is cost too much. Actually, it'd be cheaper to address the ACEs early than to pay for the consequences later. Not your concern. Yes, it is. If you're a businessman, if you're in law enforcement, if you're a law and order person, if you're worried about the future of the country, you need to worry about this issue. It is your concern. The next thing is it's not my fault. It's them. Right? What's wrong with those people? Well. Again, what we've heard today is what's wrong with those people is that they've lived in a world where we all live in that the adversity is piled up on them. And we have to make that switch. That's a mindset. It's a change in mindset. Too complicated. Complicated it is, not too complicated. We know the protective factors. We know what some of the research is, and we know that there are some very powerful innovations underway now to address ACEs. So it's not one of those things that is too hard to do, but it is something that needs to be tackled in a comprehensive way. But I want to bring it back home here for just a minute and to say that actually here in Memphis, there's an incredible innovation that we're working on right now that reflects a lot of what we've talked about and what we heard today in terms of the value of comprehensive therapy to help moms and families deal with their challenges. And you've heard a couple of references to the universal parenting places. They started here in Memphis. There's 2 of them right now with others on the way, one at Knowledge Quest in South Memphis and one at Baptist Women's Hospital. And the idea of the universal parenting place is anybody can come in. If you think that you're having a challenge with your family, if you're having a rough time, you can come into the universal parenting place, and there's a trained therapist there to say, you want to come in, let's talk about what's going on. Maybe we can give you some tips. Maybe we can help you with some parenting skills. There's group sessions where instead of, if you don't feel like you want to sit down and talk to someone, well, you can come in and you can deal with music therapy, or you can deal with sort of improvisational theater groups where sort of act out some of your problems that is very cleansing and rewarding to people. And the idea here is that this is an innovation, that if we're replicated across the city of Memphis, that there would be places, I think the reference Barbara often uses, a Starbucks on every corner, where you could go in and say, yeah, I need a little tune-up on my parenting skills and dealing with how I'm dealing with my family, right? So there's an example of something that's being tried here locally that I think could be very powerful. And I think it's an example of something that could be extended, but if it works, we don't know yet. We don't have the evidence of that. But if it works, if you had a state policy that said we're going to support, we're going to fund through healthcare or other ways, healthcare reimbursement or other ways, more universal parenting, that doesn't come with a wave of the wand. It would require some changes in TennCare or Medicare. It would require some changes in state law, what you can say and what you can do. The key part of the universal parenting place and the larger state initiative is to focus on prevention. Remember the pyramid? Quit spending the money at the top. Find a way to reallocate the resources at the beginning. So I want to thank you for hearing me out on the project. This is the small type, but it gives you an idea of where the state project is, which we're calling Building Strong Brains Tennessee ACEs project, where it's headed over the next 18 months. We're going to have 3 small group sessions where we train people out in the science of the brain science of ACEs and how to communicate it. Then we're going to have 3 large symposia where we get 100 leaders from across the state together to talk about the brain science, then to talk about what innovations are working around the country, and the third one to talk about how you take innovations and change it into policy. And that's what we got mapped out for the next 18 months or so. So thank you all, and I'm going to visit my family in California, and the plane leaves in about 45 minutes. So I don't have too many time for questions, but I do have a few. So any questions you have? Yeah, Jim.
I was going to ask you about where the money's coming from to do this.
Well, let me tell you about the money. Let me give you 2. The initial money for the frameworks work was through private philanthropy, through ACE Foundation, through our benefactor, and that's the first piece of it. We have also Casey Family Casey Family Programs out of Seattle has given us time and money for it. The Baptist Healing Trust in Nashville has given us time and money for it. There's 3 or 4 other significant foundations. Mark mentioned the National Rifle Association. I think is going to give us some money for it, which is kind of incredible. In addition to that, and I want to make a point of this, Governor Haslam has told his key people to quit doing this and start doing that. I mean, and this has been a huge, gigantic help. I mean, Mary, I don't know if Mary would say it, but Mary, Mary's working, basically full time on the project, and this was not what she was doing. The other thing I would say is that what I would believe is very possible. I think there are incredible funding streams out there we're going to try to tap into. I think TennCare, I think corrections, I think education that already are funded through the state. I think have an incredible opportunity to shift some of their resources here. Any other questions? Yes?
I have a question. When you reference horizontal integration a couple of slides ago,
yes.
What I noticed is it seems very focused on juvenile justice, legal system, healthcare. What plans are there in the near future to work with schools or school districts to start reframing how school administrators think about discipline? Because a lot of times that is a precursor to the things that come later that you guys are talking about.
A really good question is a very important one. The first thing I'd say is Department of Education at the state level has 2 representatives on our steering committee for the frameworks work. So and they're very good people. In addition to that, I've met with Malika Anderson, the head of the ASD, and Katie McPherson, who I've reached out to her. I haven't heard back, who is head of their special programs. We're going to invite them to participate in the frame labs. Okay. No, that would be really good. The other thing that's interesting there is that connection between adverse childhood experiences and social and emotional behavior and classroom success, those lines are being connected all the time now, and they hadn't been. That's good. But the bad part of that, or the part of it that's not addressed, the teachers don't have time to deal with it. So someone else has to come in, whether it's a universal parenting place or whether it's a home visitation program. You know, there's an excellent effort goes on to work with in Fraser of visitors going into the homes of low-income folks there to help them with kids and issues that are keeping their kids out of school. So things like that. What else? Anything else? It's Friday afternoon. Okay. Thank you very much. Wait a minute. Thank you. Can I take this with me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Give us just a little more of your time.
2 minutes more.
Now the announcements, right?
Okay. I already talked about this, didn't I? I'll try to be brief. I think I talked to when we started about where we see the law school going and what we're focusing on as we move forward. And as I mentioned at the start, we've been through a strategic planning process, and really two of the themes that are very, very at the top of our list of what we want to do is we want to be a law school, again, it's about engagement with our community and community service, and we want to be a law school that really provides exceptional experiential learning opportunities to our students, and that's the path that we're going down. Over the last 2 years, we've done a number of things along these lines already, and most of them touch on health in one way or the other. And I would say, just to give you some of the a flavor for what we've done, one, we formed iHelp, the Institute for Health Law and Policy, when Amy arrived, and she's already done all kinds of important work, these symposiums, Healthy Homes Partnership, and really developed a program for our students who want to really be involved in in health and health policy. So that's up, running, and already doing some wonderful things. A year ago, we formed what we call our Neighborhood Preservation Clinic. And that's a partnership between our law school, particularly our clinic, and the city attorney's office. And we've got our students in a clinical program that's in environmental court here in Shelby County, helping to clear up blighted properties, remediate those situations, and not only make our community a more beautiful place to live, but make it a more healthy one as well, because a lot of these blighted properties are sources of health problems, they're sources of crime, so that's a health-related project as well. About 6 months ago, we began a medical legal partnership with Le Children's Hospital, and that's up and running. That's again, obviously a health-related project, but it's putting attorneys in a very different role vis-a-vis the medical system than they traditionally play. It's not about malpractice or anything like that. It's putting, in our case, a professor in an office at Le Bonheur, along with lawyers from Memphis area legal services and support from doctors at Le Bonheur Hospital, and it's making lawyers a part of the healthcare process. And really the idea is to remove legal obstacles to health. So the paradigm of that program are kids with asthma, and the kids are sick not because it's not a genetic problem or really a medical source. The reason they're sick is they're living in housing that's substandard, that landlords aren't observing legal codes for maintaining properties, and kids are getting sick as a result. So kids who are afflicted with asthma because of that, they're being referred to the clinic, and our lawyers can help them remove that obstacle and hopefully lead them to better health as a result. So those are things that we've already done and programs that are growing. A second category are things that we're in the process of doing. And the key thing we're in the process of doing right now is establishing a children's defense clinic. And Patty Puritz here, who I think you may have met earlier in the day, has been helping us get that program off the ground. But that's going to be a very broad-based program. That program is going to involve, again, establishing another legal clinic that's going to put our faculty and our students in juvenile court to help improve representation of kids. And that's obviously an important aspect of that program, but it's going to do more than that. There's going to be a policy piece to that program as well, so we'll be developing policies that will help improve the juvenile justice system. And we want to be not only educating our own students, but educating lawyers who are already practicing in the system to help them better represent kids in the system. So it's really a three-pronged approach. We're very excited about that program. It's being funded by Shelby County. We're in the final stages of hiring a director for that program. So actually we have a couple of finalists coming in the week after next. So we're very excited about launching that program as well, and that will be happening very, very soon. The last thing are things that we are going to do, and that's where our announcement for today's comes in. And let me just make that announcement, and that is that we are very excited that due to the need for more research and policy work on ACEs, the law school is now forming a policy lab under the direction of Amy Campbell that's going to have its initial focus on ACEs. And thanks to a recent, and I mean very recent, right, today, this week, a recent $175,000 commitment from the ACE Awareness Foundation. Thank you very much. It's tremendously meaningful to us, and I know we're going to do some wonderful work under Amy's leadership. We're going to collaborate with faculty experts from the Lowenberg School of Nursing, the Department of Social Work, and the School of Public Health. And we have Lynn Zahn here, who's the Dean of the School of Nursing. Maybe you can stand up, Lynn, so people can recognize you.
Well, Peter, thank you. We allow the
College of Nursing. Thank you. And we also have with us, on behalf of the School of Social Work, I believe we have Dr. Stephen Seufer. Is Stephen here? Marvin. So I promoted you, but I guess I downgraded you. And we have, I won't even, public health. I'm not even going to put a preface on that one. I think we have Dr. Deborah Bartelli here from the, well, she was here, so I'll mispronounce her school, from the School of Public Health, and they'll be working with us as well. So we're really looking to have a program that's going to address ACEs, starting with a cross-system policy analysis and needs assessment, and again, under the leadership of Amy Campbell as our director. We're excited to collaborate not only across campus, but across the city and state regarding this very, very critical area. So again, we're very excited about this. We're very grateful for the support that we've been provided for this opportunity, and I know we're going to do a wonderful job in moving the policies in this area forward. Amy will talk a little bit more about what we're going to do, but I'd just say key components of this grant for our purposes. One, it's going to allow Amy to dedicate the lion's share of her time to ACEs policy research, and that's a wonderful thing. Two, we're going to be able to award a number of scholarships for our students so we can bring their expertise and their learning to bear on ACEs research as well. So that, again, is a great aspect. Three, multidisciplinary. So it's not just the law school. It's other programs here, again, nursing, public health, and social work, all combined in this enterprise to make it even more effective. And finally, we're going to have resources to go across the state. It's not just going to be right here in Memphis, but we hope to have an impact across our community. So again, we're very grateful for the support. We're excited about what's coming ahead, and we're just pleased to be a part of the process. So thank you for being here today. I'm going to turn it over now to Amy to kind of wind things up for us.
If we looked at a brain map of ourselves right now, our brains would probably be like jello. And I recognize I stand between you and getting fresh air, and for myself, getting a glass of champagne, which sounds good right about now. So before I say my very brief remarks, I promise, just a reminder that you did get a form when you came in, and part of our engagement really, and you've come into our space today, but we really want to go out and be in your space. Please fill this out, and on the back, even just jot a couple of things or check areas where you want to be involved, and I'll make sure when you leave you can put it, there's a box right outside, leave it there, and I'll be in touch with you. For those who need CLE credit, there's a box out there as well as a flyer. Our students are doing a Memphis Unity March, so you can, in a week, and so you can get information there. A lot of what I was going to say has been said, but you heard it takes a village to raise a child, and I think I'm starting to think it takes a village to create effective, good child policy. And so we're so thankful to now have some money to try to start to create that village. And I think what's exciting about what we're going to do is we're not only going to try to start within this next 15 minutes to, 15 minutes. That was quick, or 15 months, whichever. We're going to try to really affect some change, like you saw the universal parenting places. How great if, as we develop evidence around those, if TennCare would reimburse, if we could figure out ways through policy to have TennCare reimburse for that prevention-oriented service. Wouldn't that be really neat? What we're discovering is it's not just us that are needed to sort of create those policies, but we want to work with our nursing colleagues, our social work colleagues, our public health colleagues, and really have the village that will come together and create evidence-informed policy. I think we've heard, reiterated again and again that we need data. Data should be informing what we're doing. Evidence should be informing what we're doing. And we can help you understand law and policy, but we need you to help us understand statistical significance and all these, cohort studies and, these other research terms. I mean, we really do need to come together and collaborate. So I'm so thrilled that with this opportunity, we are not only going to try to make real impact, we're also going to be modeling what we think future leaders in this community and in the state and across the nation should be doing. Our law students will have the opportunity to work with other disciplines, other students, and see what does it take to actually make this kind of policy. If I want to go out and be a lawyer and be work with Stephen Bush and be a defender, what kinds of things do I need to know? How do I need to know who the partners are, the Dr. Stewarts out there and the others who can be partners for us? So I think I'm very excited because I think we can not only make real change here, I think we're going to become a model for the nation about how education should happen in service of a community that can lead to scholarship that actually has real impact. I don't know how many of you, but too many sort of legal publications, so we say, end up, it's nice and you give them to your parents or your loved ones, but no one ever actually does anything with it. We can have real impactful research coming out of our community, and I think that's a wonderful opportunity. So with that, I hope I've motivated you enough. This is my, let's do it together, wrap up, put up your sleeves and join us in what we're really, really excited about. So I think this is just the start of our journey together, but I thank you for spending this day with us, being part of this community. We look forward to being really an engaged part of the community, and being part of this village. So thank you so much for such a great day. Go out, enjoy the sun, and have some champagne. Yeah.